Hello everyone, welcome back to Los Angeles for the big Sunday show here on June 15th, 2025. I was just looking at the time, sorry about it. It's 10:15 on June 15th. I guess that's fitting. All right, sorry about that. We were having some issues with the BTS. BTS is up here today, but the audio coming from the audio board is not going through our lovely yellow box. So we have audio coming from the camera, so I apologize for that. That's what the delay was being caused. I was trying to fix that, but no luck on that. Thanks you guys for tuning in as we continue here, or start here today. I'll be honest with you, we didn't miss anything. A JetBlue A321 just touching down here on the south side. Happy Father's Day to everyone. I just learned that it's Father's Day in the UK as well, so happy Father's Day to all of you guys there in the UK. Do have an Atlas Air 747-400 freighter heading to Hong Kong, flight 9819. We'll be taking off here on the south side. Of course, we see the Korean Air A380 Super back here today. Flight 17 already there at the gates. Aviation Flight 202 also coming in from Seoul. Also A380 Super. Making its way to Tom Bradley. First take up the stream will be American Airlines Flight 1251 heading to Miami. It's an A321neo.
Alaska 289, taxi Hotel Juliet, hold short.
Gotta fill up these gates here in Los Angeles. Fill them up! Let's fill them up. Let's fill this chat as well. Good morning to everyone. Lucy, Iceman 1775, Joey Chan, Travel Guy Canada, our friend Joni there in hot Vegas, Linda Kavinsky there in Chicago, Bill A. Of course, our great mods, Allison N, Bev A, of course, Netherland Pixel, who is standing right next to me. And so many more. Our tip alert just going off. Tip alert, tip alert. And this tip alert comes in from Jane at Legend. Jane with a $550 super chat through the tip alerts. Let's have a great Sunday, Kevin. Thank you so much, Jane. Amazing support as always. Sunday's off to a warm start here in the Southland. Hope you're all having a great Sunday wherever you are. Thank you so much, Jane. Sit back, relax. Of course, we're just getting started here today. And I think the airport is just getting started.
United 478, turn up the Docker 12305, 2225 right, plus take off.
That was the American flight heading to Miami. That's the last flight coming in from Newark. Alaska Airlines Flight 289 to 737 at MAX 9. Of course, Rudy is not with us here today. He's celebrating Father's Day with his dad there in the Coachella Valley. Next takeoff is a flight heading to Cancun, Mexico. United Airlines Flight 1278, a 737-900ER. We also just had a United 777 touching down here. Super making his way over to Tom Bradley. Good to have both the A380s back here today. Korean Air and Aviation. By the way, the tip alerts is something new here on the channel. I'm sure you guys are like, wait, didn't that used to say PayPal? So there's another option through that. No longer is it just PayPal. You can also do it by credit card. I just sound like PBS. Not trying to sound like PBS. I'm just letting you guys know that the tip has alerted, has changed. It's now just called the tip alert. It's not just PayPal. And there's your PBS moment for the day. Aviation making that left-hand turn on to taxiway Lima. The flight taken off was American Airlines Flight 753 heading to Atlanta, Georgia in an A321. Next takeoff is another American flight, this time heading to the Valley of the Sun at Phoenix, Arizona. American Airlines Flight 2312 at 737-800. Still looking at this 777 that arrived here on the south side. This flight coming in from Dulles, United Airlines Flight 2715. It's a 29-year-old 777 at 200. Now make its way to gates, whatever, and 777. I almost said gate 7. In some gates in Terminal 7. Again, this flight heading to a hot Valley of the Sun as the A380 Super with Aviation makes its way over to Tom Bradley. Still in on that Atlas Air Flight 9019 heading to Hong Kong, the 26-year-old 747-400 freighter.
2574 with you, 255. Southwest 2574, LA Tower calling, and every 0125 short final, 24016, 25 left, clear to land. 25 left, clear to land, Southwest 2574.
On its way into the north side, Cathay Pacific Flight 884 coming up from Hong Kong, the 12-year-old 777-300 ER, not just off the coast of Santa Monica. Aviation heading into the gates there on the southwest corner of Tom Bradley. Tim becoming a silver member once again. Thank you so much, Tim. Jeff also becoming a silver member once again. Appreciate that, Jim. Tim and Jeff. I just kind of merged them together. Tim. Rita's back, by the way. Rita's looking at me like, are you okay over there? You just merged Tim and Jeff and called them Jim. I'm okay. Trust me, I'm okay. Patrick Lloyd with a $2 super chat says, my mother passed away on Friday. Thank God for Avio. I'm so sorry about that, Patrick. Our condolences to you. Hopefully today takes at least a few hours. Takes your mind off of things. Appreciate with the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. And also the 5th super chat here on the live stream. Twest Express with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Twest Express. It's good morning from Riverside, California. Have a great day. Hello, Riverside. I bet you it's nice and toasty out there, isn't it? We do have DHL Coletta Air Flight 243 coming in from Anchorage. Your 777 at Freighter is the next heavy arrival here on the south side as we wait for that Atlas Air Queen to take off. United Airlines Flight 2127 heading to Newark, and its 30-year-old 757-200 will be the next takeoff here on the south side. You're looking at Volaris Flight 7839 heading to Zacatecas in an A320. Uh-oh, we have another tip alert. I need a sound for that. Alarm. 757 ship with a $25 super chat through tip alert. Trying out the Aviation tip URL for the first time. Happy Father's Day to all the dads, stepdads, granddads, and great-granddads. Just finishing mowing the front lawn. If I was still in Wisconsin, I could send out the cows to, I think, mow the lawn. Chip, thank you so much. Happy Father's Day. There's only so many lines of text you can put into the tip alert that I can read. I appreciate you guys using the tip alert. I do need a sound for that. Christopher Brown with the awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Christopher. Says Thailand to restore direct flights to the U.S. for the first time since 2015, following the FAA's upgrade of the aviation safety rating to Category 1. You may just get your Thai Airlines Matchbox wish come true. Well, I think LAX is certainly going to be probably first on that list. We certainly hope so. Christopher, thank you so much. Brian Henry with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Brian. Since we are getting the Duncan livery today here at DFW. No way. You know, Brian, if that was to fly out of DFW tomorrow, if you have a TrueBlue account with JetBlue, you can get Mosaic status just by getting on that plane. On Mondays only. In fact, Brian, if I were you, I'd jump on that plane today and just go wherever it goes and then fly out on it tomorrow. That's how desperate I am to get the Mosaic. We can only hope that A320 would come in from Buffalo, New York here to LAX. I would take a trip to Buffalo and I wouldn't get off that plane. Well, I finally turned on my JetBlue credit card this morning. Finally. It's been sitting there looking at me for days, and of course I've been so busy giving you guys live streams day after day after day after day that it was on my list of things to do, and it was staring at me this morning and says, turn me on. Because I need to start spending money on it so I can get my 70,000 points. If I don't do that within the first month, then I lose that. So 70,000. Oh, yeah. A mine knitter for the whole Imperial Hill. I'm joking. Oh, balance transfers? Yeah, I could do that. It's more fun than just spend the money, though. Isn't that right, JetBlue? So the JetBlue card, I don't carry a wallet. It's in my pocket. I know a lot of people give me a hard time. Kevin, you don't carry a wallet? I've never carried a wallet in my life. Never. I don't like wallets. I don't like wallets because they're too big, and I don't want stuff in my back pocket. I want it in my front because people can steal stuff out of your back pocket. So I'm always have it in my front. The problem with sticking it into your front pocket is that the cards rub off on each other and you have to replace the card more often, which is not a good thing. But that's how crazy I am. But I've been doing it since a kid. That's it. That and keychains. Like, you can only have so many keys on your chain. Anyway. Brock with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much. Brock says, hi from the tarmac. I'm on American Airlines flight 6429 heading to Sacramento. I think we missed you. Did we? No, maybe you're... Let's see, are you still over there? No, I don't know where you are, Brock. Well, have a great flight. If we missed you, maybe we haven't. Joey Chan with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Joey. This is a great day for plane spotting. Have a great day, everyone. You got that right, Joey. Appreciate that. Tanner with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Tanner. Sir, over there? Ija, right? I think you're still on somewhere. You're still here at LAX. It's the 737. No, it can't be the 737. Oh, there it is. Oh, you're heading up to the north side. Looks like you're going to 24 left. Now you're going from Bravo to Charlie. That a girl.
Heavy Boeing 787, call for turbulence, wind 240 west, 2510. 25 left, American 338, and after Doctor, wind 240 west.
Head to the north side, that Cathay Pacific 777 at 300ER coming in from Hong Kong. And next, the Arrival 24 right. Up there on the north side. Did you guys check out the pop-up live stream yesterday? Back at Plane Spotters Paradise there on the north side. Oh, it was good to be back. It was really good to be back. I took a photo, a selfie, and I said, I'm back. I haven't been there in almost a year. I can't believe that. It looks exactly the same. Rita, you gonna come and join me there someday? Yeah, okay, good. Because we gotta go back. Even if planes are not taking off in 24 right, it's still a great shot with the arrivals. Hold on, Rita, I can't hear you.
It's a great shot for the arrival, but it's not too bad for the takeoff.
Hold on a second, Rita, we can't hear you. What'd you say, Rita? Oh, wait, hold on. Stop the talk.
It's really good for takeoff. That's no question about that.
Well, yeah, it's really good for takeoff when they're on 24 right.
But it's not that bad
For the arrivals.
For the arrivals either.
Yeah. Well, we gotta go back. It looks exactly the same, though, Rita.
Yes, it did when I caught the.
Oh, that's right. You went there for the Korean, yeah.
Korean 747, yeah.
Nice. Well, that's Rita. She's back. Good to have you back, Rita. All right. Air Tahiti Nui at the Dreamliner will be heading to the West Gate. We'll be crossing over 25 right.
American 2002, traffic will not cross on up to Docker, wind 240 at China, and 25 right. On up to Docker, 25 right,
Volaris A320 Neo. Oh, look it up there. You see the Air New Zealand Dreamliner that came in this morning, coming in from Auckland. Got that Queen crossing over. We'll be taking off on 25 right here shortly. Our next takeoff is American Airlines Flight 2002 heading to Vegas in an A321. Then it should be the Queen. This is Air Tahiti Nui Flight 8 coming in from Papa Ate, a 6-year-old 787-9 Dreamliner.
Flight 15 cents, back to the hotel, hold for the minute.
Queen Alice Air Flight 9019 heading to Hong Kong. It's a 26-year-old 747-400 freighter built for cargo, not one of these passenger/cargo planes. Also have on Japan Airways Flight 6 coming up from Tokyo Narita on a 787-9 Dreamliner. Number 2 for arrival on the north side, followed by Japan Airlines Flight 16 coming up from Tokyo Haneda. It's a 777-300ER, 6 minutes out. And of course, that 777 is going to be replaced by the A350-1000 at the end of this month. Thank you, Kelvin. I was fine. I was fine going up and down the hill yesterday. It wasn't a big deal. All right, the Queen rolling down at 25 right.
Airline 102 Heavy, exit Hotel Minor. 500, crossing 202 Heavy, follow company, crossing 25 right Lima, taxi via Lima to the ramp.
Oh, look at that. Back-to-back Air Tahiti Nui Dreamliners. Both coming in from Papa Ete. Both will be heading to the West Gates.
9019 Heavy, have a good flight. Contact from California. Good day, guys. 9019 Heavy.
American Airlines Flight 1037 heading to Columbus, Ohio, a 737-800 now heading down to 25 right, as well as JetBlue Flight 424 heading to JFK in an A321 as the two Air Tahiti Nui Dreamliners, both 9 Dreamliners, now crossing over 25 right. Is this the first time we've actually seen both of the Dreamliners, both coming in from Papa Ete, pretty much landing around the same time? Of course, the first one was waiting to cross over for a little bit, but to have them both in the same shot like that, it doesn't happen all the time. And our legend Jane Mack gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Jane. Amazing support. Thank you, Jane. By the way, we have a new closing photo montage today with a new song, and Jane's photo is included in even the new end of show close photo montage. Thank you so much, Shane. Going Slightly Mad with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Going Slightly Mad. Says my son Jeff hit the jackpot yesterday flying back from Anchorage. They were on a Hawaiian A330. Yeah, and they just, it is kind of lucky because they just started service up there with the A330. Very nice. On the Japan Airways, the Dreamliner, next arrival, 24 right. As we take you to our camera on the north at Planespotters Paradise. Oh, I wish I could say that. Such an amazing shot of the arrivals. I mean, the takeoffs on 24 right, amazing, but that doesn't happen all the time. But the arrivals from Planespotters Paradise is still worth the effort. And it was an effort. If you guys are just watching on BTS, there is no audio coming from the audio board today. It is coming from the camera's microphone. So my audio is not working very well on the BTS. Just keep that in mind. If you want to hear the real audio, watch the real show right here on YouTube. Next takeoff, American Airlines Flight 1037 heading to Columbus, 737-800. 777 now making its way over here to the south side. This is the flight that came in from Hong Kong wearing the updated livery.
United 1571, LA Tower, running 25 right, line of the late traffic is wrong. Running 25 right, United 1571.
An American 787-8 Dreamliner now pushing back. Also have that Japan Airlines 777 to 300ER now short funnel for the north side. Tokyo Haneda Flight 27, it's a 787-8 Dreamliner. Of course, all week long we have been talking about the Air India accident. Of course, it's still under investigation. It will be for a very long time, but our hearts go out to everyone involved. It's a horrific crash involving the first ever Dreamliner to be lost. Some new information, though, and this is why I wanted to bring it up here today, is some new, more clearer video of that cell phone video was released, and it's showing that the RAT system was deployed on the Dreamliner. And if you don't know what the RAT system is, it's basically when there's a hydraulic failure on the many airplanes have them, including the Dreamliner. If there's a hydraulic issue, full power loss, engine failure, the RAT system will deploy itself, which is basically a turbine, blade engine that drops from the belly of the plane. And apparently it was shown in that video that the RAT system was deployed, and this is a automatic deployment. The computer, the plane will deploy itself. It does not get deployed by the pilot. Well, yeah, they call Mayday because they had, sounds like there was a loss of thrust from the engines, which would explain the RAT system to be deployed, but there just was not enough time for anything to happen. Rita's got some insight. Yes, Rita.
If you listen to the video, you can actually hear the RAT.
Yes.
And it says, because one thing about a RAT, it sounds like a Cessna going by.
Yes, yeah. So it's interesting. Go if you can find the video, definitely check it out. It's interesting because I don't think a lot of people understand what the RAT system is. They're like a RAT.
Yeah, it's
not really talked about too much.
No, it's the last surviving backup system you have. It's mainly designed for if you're at altitude, both your engines die, you can't get it started that you can land.
Right.
It's not designed for takeoff.
And RAT is really called the Ram Air Turbine. So it's interesting. We'll see what happens with that. But at this point, there is no grounding of any Dreamliners at this point, though Air India and I think another airline did do some checks of their existing fleet, and not quite sure if they found any issues or not. But it's very interesting. We'll see what happens with that. Thank you, Rita.
It says, I want to find out what's going to happen myself, because I found that quite interesting.
It is. It's very interesting. I mean, this is all new.
Yeah.
Certainly with the Dreamliner. Thank you, Rita.
Los Angeles Tower, the aircraft at 775 on 52.
Camden with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Camden. Flight taken off was United Airlines Flight 1469 heading to Jackson Hole on that A320. Next takeoff is Alaska Airlines Flight 1418 heading to Guadalajara, 737 MAX 9.
Airline 2596, exit Hotel 7, hold for the Juliet behind United. Hotel 7, Juliet behind United, 2596, or hold for the
Second, we have Arizona 1 arriving on the north side. It's still on the 737 at 700 there with Southwest.
That's 1653, traffic will hold the position, crossing 200 Juliet, contact 1418 has your flight, contact departure. Tower 3350, LA Tower, traffic crossing downfield, running 25 right, line away. 25 right, line away, 1033.
Flight crossing over United Airlines Flight 1653 coming in from Cancun, Mexico, 737-900ER. And Spirit Airlines Flight 2596 coming in from Philadelphia on an A321neo, both now crossing over. Heading to the gates. We still have that Dreamliner rolling down at taxiway Bravo. We'll be taking off here shortly on the 25 right. Speaking of Dreamliners, United Airlines Flight 3 heading to Honolulu. I'm sorry, it's an A330. Flight 3 is an A330. Must have changed that. Also Zip Air Flight 23 heading back to Tokyo Narita on a 787-8 Dreamliner, also lighting up on the radar there on the north side.
Cabin 3451, LA Tower, 25 right, line.
Of course, if you guys haven't yet, make sure you hit the like button, feed the base, subscribe if you're new, and make sure your notifications are all set. Make sure your notifications are all set. Did you hear me? Make sure your notifications are all set. Because I had two pop-up streams this week, Thursday and Saturday. And if you didn't have your notification set, you would have had no idea because we didn't even put any messages out about it. Thursday, we were outside the In-N-Out Burger where the planes fly right directly over our head. And then yesterday, I went back to Plane Spotter's Paradise, which is there on the north side along Lincoln, for some nice up-close action. And really the reason why I went out yesterday was 24 Left was closed down in the morning. We had heard that it was going to be closed down until about 6 o'clock in the evening. And so I thought, all right, well, I have 100 things I got to get done on Saturday. But I said, I got to take this opportunity. I haven't been out there in almost a year. Anytime at 24 Left is closed down, you get those close-up shots. I said, I got to do it. So believe it or not, I walked from the office all the way down there yesterday. That was quite the hike. And everyone on Sepulveda kept on looking at me and going, what's going on? What are you doing? Where are you going?
Canada 775, taxi Hotel Juliet,
I'm going to In-N-Out Burger. That's where I'm going. Leave me alone. Delta A350 making that left-hand turn onto Bravo, now heading down to 25 right as we are stacking up the heavies for south side at takeoffs coming up. Japan Airlines, that's that 777-300ER coming up from Tokyo Haneda, also heading to the gates. More than likely will head to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley International. Oh yeah, Allison. In fact, you could see me on the 24-hour live feed on the north side from the H Hotel. You could see me walking along Lincoln from the 24-hour cameras. Allison spotted me yesterday.
Yeah, 3451, have your flight contact with them. 3451.
I think the next time we go, I have to put a preset in one of the cameras of that where we are so they can take a shot of us every so often. By the way, that's what we're planning to do with the north side for this coming Friday's 24-hour live show, Camp Aviation from high atop the H Hotel. We are planning to put some preset shots into the 24-hour live cameras of the patio deck so you guys can see the party. Probably more than likely going to hear it on the cameras as well. All right, on the Pun Airways, the 8A Dreamliner heading into the gates of Tom Bradley. Next takeoff is that American 787-8 Dreamliner. It's the 10-year-old Dreamliner delivered in 2015, heading to Tokyo Haneda, Flight 27 will be followed by that Hawaiian A330 heading to Honolulu, Flight 3. It's A350 heading to Tokyo Haneda, Flight 7. Of course, right there, you see Air Canada A220-300 coming in from Montreal, waiting to cross over 25 right. So we do have the American Dreamliner now rolling down the runway. You guys all excited for 24 hours? I gotta get some sleep. 4 hours, or I'm sorry, 4 days in a row of live streaming. I'm going to be a walking zombie tomorrow.
United 1553 LA Tower, heavy Airbus 330 departing the inboard, Southwest turbulence, wind 2307, 25 left, clear to land. 25 left, clear to land, United 2113 LA Tower, crossway turbulence, traffic will cross, 25 right, line of the link.
Bank to the left there.
27 heavy, have good luck, contact the center.
All right, up next is that Hawaiian A330. I did bring with me some things that were given out at the party on Friday and Saturday. Now, these are things, we have limited stuff that we have. Not everyone is getting this. We're going to have a raffle to make it fair. You're not just going to come up to me and go, Kevin, how's it going, buddy? Hey, can I get one of those beer koozies? Again, that was Flight 3 heading to Honolulu, the A330-200. You guys are like, beer koozie? All right, let me hear. I'll show you the first one. Anybody have a bottle? There you go. This is one of the things. We've got it in green and blue. It's a cozy. You put your drink in there. All right. Look at that. There you go. There's that. One of the other things we have plenty of these, but not enough for everyone, come in blue and green. These are not things you can get at the store, by the way. So I'm not trying to sell you. I'm just trying to entice people to get excited for Friday. Little journal books. You like that? Camp Aviation, even on the back. Aviation. Look at that. Comes in blue and green. These are some journal. You can write in your journal and say, I had a great time at Camp Aviation, that one time at camp. So you got that. Now, I didn't want to take this out, and maybe we can take this out without making a mess. We've only got 4 of these, and they come in green and blue. And what these are throw blankets. I don't even know how big it is. But, it gets nice and cold up there. nice and cold.
2113, Airbus 321, part of the North Southwest, will turn southbound in front of you.
High atop the H Hotel. So we only have 4 of these. So anyway, these are some door prizes that we're going to be giving out. I'm going to make sure that doesn't get dirty because this will be going home with someone. But come and join us. They're high atop the H Hotel. Of course, you need a hotel reservation to join us. There's still room. It's on Friday into Saturday. The show starts at 11 a.m. Next takeoff here on the south side, United Airlines Flight 2113 heading to Chicago O'Hare, a 21-year-old 757-300. So anybody coming to an event, we will give you tickets and we will draw the tickets.
1553, drops on the runway, taxi only, 25 right at media, that's fine.
Oh, I forgot the most important thing. Can you grab the Camp AVL? One of the most important, and while we're waiting here, Alvinor0293 with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Alvinor. Says back in 2013, the Dreamliner were grounded worldwide due to a faulty design with its battery. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Let's see what happens with that. All right. So one of the things, and we have 100 of these, we have a little bit more of these. These are official Camp AVL goodie bags. So just like our main goodie bag on the front or whatever, back front, one side is green, the other side is blue. And what's inside?
1999, RNF Doctor, 1250 owner, 25 right.
I'm not sure I got everything right.
RNF Doctor, 25 right, cleared for takeoff, American 1899. Heavy, running 25
What's inside? There's some stickers in there. I don't know if that's the sticker.
American 2455, visual 25 left.
What's inside? Camp AVL pin. Now, a lot of you guys are going to get these and you're going to say, why is the logo backwards, Kevin? This is a tattoo. It's a tattoo. So when you put it on, it's backwards, if that makes sense. So if you open up this bag, if you guys are coming and you're like, why is this sticker backwards? It's a tattoo. Coaster, Camp AVL coaster. You put your drink with your koozie on your coaster. That's right. Camp AVL holographic sticker. And a Camp AVL magnet. And there'll be a few other things thrown in there. But yeah, there you go. So those, we only have so many of those. So if you're coming to Camp AVL, it'll be a first come, first serve on those. And the other stuff will be raffles that we'll be doing. Now, of course, we're going to be having giveaways on the show as well, just like we do here on this broadcast. And how would you like a Camp AVL t-shirt? Well, this could be yours. It will be coming up at some point in today's Big Sunday show, so stick around. Just have to be in the chat. We give you a code word to enter. Now, during the 24 hours of Camp AVL, starting on Friday, we're going to have many giveaways with many different Camp AVL prizes for all of you at home. That was the flight heading to Tokyo Haneda, Flight 7. And that officially takes us to the top of the hour. It's officially 11 a.m. here in the Southland. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here in your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is the big Sunday show here on June 15, 2025. And I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin here at Imperial Hill. Rudy is off today celebrating Father's Day with his dad. Happy Father's Day to all the dads, granddads, and so on out there watching. Thanks you guys for tuning in. We're just getting started here today. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet. Share the stream with your family and your friends, and of course your pets as well. Appreciate your company here on a Sunday. Next takeoff is Alaska Horizon and the Honoring Those Who Serve livery. It's on an E-175 heading to Vegas, flight 2014. Next takeoff here on the south side is a flight heading to Cabo. It's an A321 Neo, Delta Airlines, flight 1875. This American 777-200ER flight now pushing back, heading to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas, flight 1972. No, Matthew, it's first come, first serve on the goodie bags. We only had 100 made, so I don't know how many people are really coming. I don't have a direct number. I have a Japan Airlines Dreamliner heading over here to the south side. This is flight 62 coming up from Tokyo, Narita. As we start filling up the gates of Tom Bradley. Rudy is off today, celebrating Father's Day with his dad. I called my dad this morning. I got voicemail. How you like that? I got voicemail. JetBlue flight heading to Newark, flight 1874. It was an A321. Oh, Chris is asking, did the H Hotel decide to do coffee? I gotta, yes and no. I need to remind them we need to have a discussion with it this week going in. But yeah, the discussion was already there about having drip coffee available through the 24 hours. They wanted to put a bar, and I said, well, I don't know how many people are really going to be drinking. Everyone wants to stay up for 24 hours. So a bar is probably not needed, but if we have like a little table with some drip coffee and they can replace the coffee, you know, throughout the course of the 24 hours, it would be nice. So I think that's what they're going to end up doing. Of course, we also have some cookies being delivered. There's about 50 of them. There's not enough. 50 of the Camp Avial cookies made by our friend Matt, who made the Avial cookies before. So we'll have a limited supply. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you is don't delay in getting there because a lot of this free stuff that you're going to get is not going to last. Though that's why we're doing the drawing with the tickets for the other stuff. Kevin's going to need that coffee more than any of you. All right, Japan Airlines, the flights 62 coming up from Tokyo Narita, now pulling into one of the gates there on the southeast corner of Tom Bradley. Next takeoff here on the south side is American Airlines Flight 1292 heading to Nashville, Tennessee. It's a 7-year-old 737-800, followed by Alaska Airlines Flight 1240 heading to Portland on a 737-900ER. Air France Flight 20 coming up from Paris, a 777-200ER. It's the next heavy arrival on 24 right there on the north side. So it looks like they're actually towing away that American 777. Flight radar had it as going to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas, but it looks like it's going to the hangar. Quite sure if it was going to go to Dallas, maybe a maintenance issue. Taking that 777-200ER, I thought was heading to Dallas. Now it's heading somewhere other than Dallas. AussieMan55 with the super chat. Thanks so much, Aussie Man. Says, howdy, Kevin. How are you today? It was nice to see Plane Spotters Paradise action again. Any update on that toy bus that was stolen from your church? You had to bring it back up, didn't you? No updates. 40 years, 45 years later. Richard Flair with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Richard. Says happy Father's Day from Chicago O'Hare, Chicago Midway. Kevin, how did a JetBlue A220 slide off the runway in Boston? I have no idea. I haven't heard any latest on that. Someone said it was loss of steering, but I'm not quite sure if that was even correct. Of course, that was the second incident on the same day as Air India. Thankfully, there was nothing more. China Eastern 777-300ER touching down there on the north side. As you guys hear, we hit 1 million followers on Facebook. That happened on early Friday morning, late Thursday night, early Friday, hitting 1 million followers on Facebook. A lot of you guys might be like, well, look, Facebook, who cares? We don't follow Facebook anymore. Well, apparently a lot of people do, and it seems to be a big deal for aviation stuff. Yeah, so I'm proud of it.
Ground American 2455, aircraft on 46 Bravo, just call for push.
So, next to Steve. So anyway, so we'll get 1 million, 1 million, hopefully on YouTube. Maybe this year, maybe it won't happen this year, but I would hope that it's this year. Just had a new Pacific 757 at 200. You know, Northern Pacific, now New Pacific. There's actually 2 of their aircraft coming in. This one coming in from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. They will both head over there to Atlantic Aviation. But yeah, New Pacific's still around, just not doing passenger commercial service. Now they're just charter. Seem to be keeping busy. They have a total of 3 aircraft, 3 757s. United Dreamliner now rolling down at 25 right.
United 45 following traffic cleared to land 25 left.
That flight was sending to Tokyo Narita, flight 32. It's a 787-9 Dreamliner. Next takeoff here on the south side of United Airlines, flight 2667, heading to Dulles on a 737-900 ER.
1290, exit Hotel Niner, hold short, and it's 25 right avenue. Hotel 9, hold short,
Daniel Jose gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Daniel. Appreciate that awesome support. And K-Me becoming a silver member here today. Thank you so much, K-Me. That Delta 737-900ER that just crossed our screen here, coming in from Vegas, flight 1290. China Eastern 777 at 300ER up there on the north side. Should be making a right-hand turn onto taxiway Kilo and heading to the gates of Tom Bradley. You want a real photo? Why don't you get in the photo? You gotta get in the photo. Hold on 1 second. Oh no, you guys are on that side. Here we go. All right, here we go. All right, send us that photo. We'll add it to the.
United 797, on up to Doctor, 12308.
You can airdrop it to me.
25 right, clear to take off on up to Doctor, United 797. Dallas 2553, LA Tower, 25 right, line of fire. 25 right, LA 5553.
Got it.
Airman 782, continue on hotel, look for the hotel liner.
Oh, there we go.
Hotel, continue,
That's pretty new.
United 469, taxi at Hotel Julia, Old Port, 125 right.
Okay.
Hotel Julia, over 25 right, for 9469.
Very nice. What's your name? Luke.
I want to check out flight 2 home, plane, East Road 200. Airway 5553, on after Docker, wind
Used to
2307,
fly?
and 25 right, 7 takeoff. 25 right, on at Docker, Airway 5553.
That was a United 737-800 heading to Cabo, flight 797. That United Dreamliner coming in from Tokyo Narita, arriving on the north side. It's been sitting over there near the beach for a few minutes. Now starting its taxi once again, heading to Terminal 7.
United 460, Airway Tower, and 25 right, line of flight. 5425 right, United 1260. Moscow 534, LA Tower, 4 miles of trails, and Airbus 320.
Also have an Air Mexico flight coming in from Guadalajara, flight 782, a 737 MAX 8 waiting to cross over. Next takeoff here on the south side, Alaska Airlines flight 1430. That's a little loud. Alaska Airlines flight 1430 heading to Puerto Vallarta, the 737-900ER. We followed by United Airlines flight 1260 heading to Denver, the 737-900ER.
United 1260, on after Docker, wind at 240 at 7, and a 25 right, let's take off. Let's take off 25 right, on after Docker, United 1260.
Air China flight coming in from Beijing on a 777-300ER, now officially here on the south side after arriving up there on the north side at 24 right.
1430, have good flight contact, look at departure.
Yeah, 737-800 Angel saying there's another New Pacific coming in from San Antonio. Yeah, there was two.
Yeah, we are showing 48 Bravo.
Hopefully they won't stay here very long. I'd like to get a shot of those taking off.
San Jose Tower, Raven Flight 9629, go beyond visual 1995, your gate is pushed. Cross 125 ready Quebec.
Number two, the second New Pacific 757 coming in from San Antonio, Texas, flight 9629. 30-year-old 757 at 200. Is that flight number 9629? That sounds like a repositioning flight. So maybe no one's on board. Maybe they're coming in to pick up. There's the tail of the first New Pacific.
Wind 230 at 7, 25 left to the 25 left, clear to land, Raven Flight 9629.
So they're both over there will be at Atlantic Aviation. Looks like Air China heading over to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley.
United 1981.
How are y'all doing here today? We having a good weekend? Having a good Father's Day?
2146, LA Tower, and 25 right, line of Hawaii. Line of Hawaii, 25 right, 2146.
I still can't believe I got the voicemail. Your call from... And it's just like the most generic voicemail message ever. It's like the robot.
9629, are you fucking at Atlantic?
The phone number you dialed is no longer in service. No, it wasn't that.
Please check the number.
Anyway, I hope you guys are having a good Sunday. Moxie, Airbus A220-300 touching down here as we have a United 757-200 next takeoff. Yes, I said older livery for Breeze. Now, it's been just over a year since we traveled up to Utah to give you the behind-the-scenes tour of Breeze. Now, the difference, the new livery does not have that lighter color for the EZ and the check mark. The check mark, I think, is gone, and the EZ is just that darker blue. So this is the older livery. In case you're wondering.
Skyline 6438, RNAV to Doctor, wind 240 at 9 and 25 right for takeoff. RNAV Doctor, 25 right for takeoff, 54. W100, LA Tower, 25 right, 5. 25 right, 5, wind 100.
They're towing it out. It's 777 with American. Once they tow that American 777 out, the Air China 777 can make its way into the alleyway. Second New Pacific 777 just touching down. Moving the first one. There's a New Pacific 757. There's two of them. The second one just arrived. So they're over there at Atlantic Aviation. JetBlue A321 and now rolling down at 25 right. Breeze now going to be crossing over, heading to the west gates. We do have United Airlines Flight 801 heading to Hong Kong and a 787-9 Dreamliner now making its way down to 25 right. Next takeoff at 25 right is American Airlines Flight 1024 heading to Orlando, Florida. It's a A321neo. Air China still waiting to head into the alleyway.
Under balloons under our right wing, about a mile and a half back.
There's some balloons being reported on short funnel for 25 left. Oh, did I say 777 instead of 757? I probably did. Oh, Rita confirms I did. Sorry. We all know it's a 757. By the way, both those, dare I say, Raven, that is the parent company of New Pacific, based out of Anchorage. Both those aircraft are both 30 years of age. I believe both of them are old American, both old U.S. Airways 757-200s. I believe one of those is the one that Rudy and I flew on their first flight out of Ontario. Air Canada Flight 785 coming in from Toronto on that 787-9 Dreamliner. Number 2 for arrival here on the south side. Be following this Dreamliner down short funnel for 25 left. Just let me know when you guys need some coffee and some scones or something. We got to start putting some money on that new JetBlue card. ASAP. Ruth is shaking her head. All right, no problem. Can I get some coffee for tomorrow and Tuesday and Wednesday while you're at it there, Kevin? So my question about the JetBlue credit card is, I just initiated the card today. Now you have 30. I think it's 30 days or 2 months. Is it 3 months? How many months? How many months do I have to get that 70,000? 3 months? Okay. From the time you turn on the card? Okay. Not from the time that they send the card out. Okay. So I have 3 months from today. Okay. I was worried because the card sat there for like a whole week. I gotta get my 70,000 points. Jerry says just transfer another credit card. That's not as fun, Jerry. All I need is 2,000. All I need to do is spend 2,000 on that credit card. Not only do I get my 70,000 points, I get mosaic status. 2,000 is all I need. Jerry says just transfer from another card. I could do that. Is that as fun? No. Oh, go to a Dodgers game. Yeah, $2,000 later, no problem. That's just parking. How much is parking now? $45. Where are you parking? On the lot, it's $45? Oh, I thought it was much more expensive than that. All right, we just had the flight coming in from Toronto, the Air Canada 787-9 Dreamliner in the minty fresh livery. Oh, okay. Put that on the list, Bob. Apparently we had no more postcards. I need an assistant. I'm telling you, I used to go to Dodger Stadium all the time to cover the games. I was always in the right-hand lane where you just go in and wave at them and say, "Hi, I'm with the media," and they'd wave you in. Don't try that. But I remember the signs. I thought it was like $80 for parking. Are we sure it's 45? Could have swore it was ridiculous price. Magic Johnson came in.
Well, because he's still on the parking lot.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
To who?
What?
Oh, he did keep the parking lot. Does he still keep? He still kept the parking lot?
I don't really know.
Well, that's smart of him. McCord, right?
That's why they were charging
What was his name? Frank McCord? Frank McCord, who used to own the Dodgers, when he sold the Dodgers, who was the company that bought them? It was Magic Johnson was a part of it. It was a bigger group. Guggenheim came in and bought the Dodgers, but apparently what's his first name again? Frank. Frank kept the parking lot. That's a smart move on his part, because that's just, I mean, really, maintenance-wise, you just gotta, you know, fill in the cracks once in a while and collect $80 a car. Very smart move. I did not know that. That is a really smart business move. Really smart. Except during COVID, when they turned it into a long line of testing, he wasn't making any money. $35. Okay, so bus limo 60, preferred 60, lot K, H, and F, general admission, $35. Here, I thought it was more than that. Well, Frank, you should be charging more, because isn't parking, the pricing for parking at SoFi, isn't that like almost $100? It's really expensive. Frank, we gotta talk. You gotta raise your prices. That's a discount. All right, we got the United flight. You guys are all looking at me like, don't you dare talk to him. A portion. He owns a portion. Interesting. Well, we used to park in P, which is, it faces the south side and it's the highest point of the stadium. P. By the story, yeah. That's where they always had the media park. And I think that's reserved parking, and people park in there, but I'm not quite sure if they're connected to the stadium or what the deal is, but that's where we'd always park the live trucks, in parking lot P, as in Pepper. Network with a $3 super chat. Thanks so much, Network. Ryan with a $5.85 super chat. Good to see you, Ryan. Hey, I knew New Pacific. Booger hasn't flown on them yet. Yeah, Ryan was on our flight, inaugural flight from Ontario to Vegas that day. Ryan, were your palms sweating on that landing in Vegas? Because I know Rudy and mine was, Rudy was. It was the most bizarre landing I think I've ever felt in my life. The pilots that day were ex-National Airlines 747 pilots. And I asked them, I said, is flying the 757 going to be okay with you? It was probably more power than they probably felt in the Queen, but nice guys. They played along with me. I've shown the video here on the show before. I stole a line out of Airplane because I was shooting the video for them that day, and so they were kind of letting me do whatever, and I was in and out of the cockpit, and I actually opened up the cockpit door, and they looked at me and says, the line out of Airplane, good luck, we're all counting on you. Wasn't that the line? And they played along and finished the line. So how often do you get to open up a cockpit door and recite that to the pilots? Not too often. I had to do it.
American 824, Juliet cross from 25 right, center ground 5.
That's 737-800 heading to Puerto Vallarta, American Airlines Flight 764. KLM, Flight 601, coming in from Amsterdam in a 787-10 Dreamliner. Just 3 minutes out will be a north side arrival. Just had another breeze. Airbus A220-300 just landing here on the south side. This flight coming in from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's right behind this Aeromexico cargo building.
Make it 255 LHR, runway 25 left, 25 left, going.
So it looks like they have both those new Pacific 757s sitting right next to each other. It'll be interesting to see if they take off fairly shortly. KLM, next arrival on the north side, Flight 601. Here's the reason why I want to go back to Plane Spotter Paradise soon, because a lot of the heavies were arriving here on the south side yesterday, and I'm wondering if that had something to do with the potential closure of 24 left all the way up until about 6 o'clock in the evening. So everyone planned ahead of time to basically either land on the south side. I'm not quite sure if they can even do that, but there was a lot more south side arrivals yesterday than normal.
Hotel 5, cross 125 right, cutting ground point left.
So yeah, if you guys are watching a BTS here today, the audio is coming from the camera. We're having an issue with the direct feed out of the audio board. I'm not quite sure what it is. We spent probably more time than we should have this morning to try to fix it, and it just was nothing was happening. So I apologize. BTS is up, but the audio is coming from the camera and not the audio board. That's why the audio sounds weird. But at least it feels like you're here, because that's the audio you'd be hearing if you were standing here next to me. So it makes you feel like you're here with me. Thanks for being here with me. Of course, if you're watching BTS, this is Jerry, Netherland Pixel, hanging out with me here today. He's wearing the Camp Avial shirt. Why did I not choose the Camp Avial? Instead, I chose the Avial Live on the road. Oh, because I'm standing next to the car. By the way, this is not a Toyota on my shirt. It's not. It looks like it, but it's not. For legal purposes, it is not. Just a white truck. Yeah. Just a white, it's a white truck that looks like the car behind me. Volaris A320 now heading down to 25 right. Also have a LATAM at 767. You probably could hear those engines. This flight heading to Lima, Peru, also heading for a south side at takeoff. It's flight 2479. It's a 16-year-old 767-300ER. Our next takeoff is United Airlines flight 1224 heading to Honolulu and a 23-year-old 757-300.
55, hold short, 185 right, Juliet. Short 25 right on Juliet, a minute. 55, I'm sorry, your gate is actually outside. Left on hotel, hold for the...
You're right, Allison. It's just a generic white SUV. Nothing special, very generic.
It's 1224 and have Don running 25 right, take off. First take off, 25 right on
As we approach the noon hour here, which is about 20 minutes away, we should be seeing both those A380 aircraft heading up to the north side. Of course, we're a day late, $1 short for A380 takeoffs here on the south side. It occurred yesterday because of the closure of 24 left. What's she gonna do? We got that United 757 now rolling down at 25 right.
Affirmative 255, going to short of Quebec, correct?
Negative 255 affirmative. Continuing in down to 25 right. Then this will be heading to Lima, Peru. Been there one time, flew through there on, what did I fly? Lawn. From, where did I fly from? Oh, that's right. We took it from Bolivia, Santa Cruz, Bolivia. 5615, hold short, runway 25 right at Juliet.
And then we connected through in Lima, Peru, and then continued on to Bogota. And then Kevin gets off the plane in Bogota, and then gets detained. How I forget. But it was a good flight on lot. It was an A319. Could have been my last meal.
3342, contact departure. 3342.
Head back up to the north side. Short final. Turkish flight 179, bringing in the 777 and 300 ER here today. I told the story about getting detained in Bogota a few times. So I was down in South America for about a week, and originally took a flight from Phoenix to Miami at American. I flew an American 757 to Bolivia, and that flight had to make a stop in La Cruz. It's one of the highest points in South America. La Cruz, is that it? La Paz. One of the highest points in the world. And I just remember I was sitting on that 757. We had landed. And of course, it was a long flight. And they opened up the door, and I felt like my lungs just deflated. I was hyperventilating on the plane. We stopped there for maybe half an hour. People got on and off, and then we continued on to Santa Cruz, Bolivia.
There's 2546, contact departure.
Of course, we check into the nicest hotel there in Santa Cruz, and leading up to that, people always said, "Nah, Kevin, be very careful about any water that you drink or eat. Be very careful about that." So I get to this very nice hotel, and a knock on the door, knock, 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 and I look down. There's this big platter of fruits, nicely spread with a bottle of wine, and said, "Mr. Kevin, welcome. This is for you. Enjoy." And I'm looking at that spread. It looks really nice. And I'm thinking, this had to have been washed with water locally, right? I didn't touch it. I opened up the bottle of wine, no problem, but I did not touch any of the fruit or any of the vegetables or anything like that. In fact, I even took a shower with flip-flops on because I said don't walk around barefoot either. Anyway, we eventually made our way to the Amazon forest, which that part of Bolivia is not the Amazon forest you think. The Amazon forest there in Bolivia it's deserty, so it looks more like Arizona more than anything else. Of course, there's no saguaro cactus. It's just a lot of dead trees and creatures out to, So we're driving down a dirt road for 4 hours to get to the middle of nowhere. I'm doing a story about the gas lines that are feeding from, I think they were coming from Peru or Argentina, and the gas line goes through Bolivia, goes through Bolivia to Brazil. And so there's like a little building out in the middle of the Amazon forest. It takes 4 hours to get there. You're driving down a dirt road. You're driving by people that have never seen human beings in years in these mud housing units. I mean, it looked like you've gone back 200 years in history. The guy driving the car, he was driving in I can't remember what it was. It's almost like my Land Cruiser. Driving down that dirt road blows both the tires out the back of the car, and it's about an hour before it gets dark. So here we are in the middle of the Amazon forest, in the middle, on a dirt road. There's 3 of us in the car, and I'm thinking, all right, that big lizard that I just saw, about the size of me, which one is it going to go for first? Me or the other 2? So, of course, I'm thinking the worst. I'm thinking we're out in the middle of nowhere. No one knows where we are, and we're surrounded by who knows what here in the Amazon. Luckily, I think the car had an extra spare or something. We got it fixed, and we made it to the camp in time. But I was a little scared there for a little bit. Anyway, there's more to the story. The Amazon, and there's one building, a bunch of gas pumps, and this and that. And I was doing a story about a company here in Southern California that makes turbine engines, and so when you're out in the middle of nowhere, you basically can have electricity. That was the purpose of the story. That's why these videos always brought me out to the middle of nowhere. So there was a kitchen at this, because there was about maybe 10 people that worked at this place in the middle of nowhere. So you had to basically have a kitchen. You needed to feed those 10 people and anybody that came there. Well, the kitchen was the most disgusting kitchen I think I've ever seen in my life. I mean, there was cockroaches and just things. I didn't have an appetite. I brought with me little snacks, and kids, you're not listening. I brought these little bottles of vodka. And the reason why I brought the little bottles of vodka was any time that I felt like I ate something that possibly be contaminated, I took a swig of the vodka. Needless to say, I think we were there for like a day and a half. I ran out of the vodka bottles, and you may laugh at that. The two people I was with, one was from Panama, the other one was from Argentina. Both of my people that I was with got sick, violently ill after leaving. And Mr. Kevin walks out unscathed, all because of my vodka. So anyway, so I finally leave Bolivia. That's when we took law and went through Lima, Peru, up to Bogota, Colombia. So I'm carrying all my expensive camera equipment, and I did not check it in with the government there in Colombia. So you go through not just one, but you go through 2 x-ray machines as you come in to the country. Well, the second x-ray machine caught all the equipment, and boy, I got yelled at. Anyway, they weighed the bags. I was in there for an hour and a half. They explained to me, if you come back here in a few days and these bags do not weigh the same, you will not be leaving our country. So, you know, me going, leaving Bogota, boy, I was sweating up a storm. So I made it out, obviously. I'm here to tell the story today. The company that I was working for, I was a freelancer, so I had my own production company. So I told them, I said, I'm never going back. Never going back. Do not send me to South America. If you're going to send me to South America, I'm not going by myself. I almost never made it back. There's my story. The audio version will be coming out in years. All right, moving on.
Yes, 523, Juliet, cross 125 right, kind of ground left and left. 225.
That was JetBlue Flight 1388 heading to Boston on an A321.
25011, runway 25 left.
That Delta A350-900, the flight heading to Shanghai, Flight 309, heading down to 25 right. Sometimes I tell these stories to people, and they look at me and go, boy, Kevin, you really do have a lot of interesting stories to tell. Not a lot of people have that many. What have I put myself into in all these years of being a videographer? Right, Rita? Right.
Put those numbers in and I'll move you later. 525 right, Foxtrot, thanks, 68661. Galaxy 0, Lima Foxtrot, left on Alpha 7, Alpha parking, do not stop the Lima Foxtrot, left on Alpha, and taxi to parking, do not stop the Stop clear, Lima Foxtrot.
How much money I have? That's fine.
Yeah.
There's $6 pick me up for this like that around here.
Oh. Rita's over here telling us a story about the Greyhound bus going from Seattle. Where were you going to?
Vancouver.
Oh, Vancouver. You know, it was really interesting. When I flew into Bolivia, they actually asked you, where are you from? And they said, if you're from the U.S., you go to the right, everyone else to the left. So and I think that was 2010, 2011, apparently U.S. Citizens get charged $60 to enter Bolivia. Everyone else gets in for free. And you have to pay $60 to get out of the country as well. Yeah. Visa, yeah. No, they're just, you know, pay cash, whatever you want. It's like paying the toll. All right, Eva. We're in the lime green older livery, the 777 at 300ER, now pushing him back. Tail to the north should signal a south side takeoff.
Flight 3291, Juliet, cross runway 25 right.
Still waiting on that Delta A350 flight heading to Shanghai, flight 39. We'll be followed by another United 757-200 heading to Newark, flight 1950.
United 1950, diesel up, I'll get you going, otherwise you'll be behind heavy. 1950 is ready.
Mitch, you know who I saw this morning on the 24-hour live cameras? Flo. Flo was here, and I think we might see Flo again here today. So it's Flo. Kiss my grits. She landed here on the south. Actually, was taken off. I think she was going somewhere pretty close. So maybe Flo will be coming back to LAX. It's Flo, the pink flamingo, a Frontier A320 Neo. We don't see her too much anymore. We used to see her a lot until I started saying kiss my grits, and then she never showed up. It's a cool livery though. It's pink, big flamingo on the tail. Can't miss it.
Taka 522, exit here, Hotel 7, ticket number.
Hotel 7 going to 141, Taka 572.
So 522, Juliet, cross runway 25 right, center ground, point 75 right, holding position.
Also just had an Avianca, the Taka retro livery, A320, touching down here on the south side. Back? All right, we'll be here. All right. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Oh, wait. Flo what? Oh, she went to Denver. Denver. She is coming. Oh, no. You're on the wrong date. Oh, wait. She's going LA to Denver, Denver to El Paso. All right. Be that way, Flo. No Flo.
All
right, we got that United at 757 that lined up on 25 right here on the south side. We followed by that Delta A350 heading to Shanghai, flight 39. Just had a Delta A330 and Neo taking off on the north side.
Yeah, it was 5713 exit here, hold short runway 25 right at Juliet.
Exiting Hotel 7, hold short 25 right Juliet, Skywest 5713.
So we wait for that Delta 757. It is officially at the top of the hour. It is officially afternoon here in Southland. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's big Sunday show here on June 15th, 2025. I am your plane jockey Kevin here at an Imperial Hill. Thanks you guys for tuning in. Officially afternoon. Hope you guys are all having a great day wherever you are, watching all around the world. Let us know where you're watching. Thanks everyone for tuning in. That United 757 and now rolling down to 25 right.
39 heavy on F, Docker, runway 25 right, full length, clear for takeoff.
On F, Docker, clear for takeoff, full length, 25 right, Docker, 39 heavy.
Let's see, you're all watching from Germany, Chicago, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Corpus Christi, Texas, Jacksonville, Florida, Woodstock, Virginia, New Braunfels, Texas, Ohio, La Habra, California, Frisco, Texas, Simi Valley, California, Inglewood, Pasadena, Las Vegas.
13 Juliet, cross runway 25 right, turn ground, 25. About 25 right, Juliet, over ground, 25.
In that flight heading to Shanghai, Delta A350. Altadena, California, Denver, Colorado, Santiago, Chile, Plymouth in the UK, East Lansing, Michigan, Phoenix, Arizona, McKinney, Texas, Northwest Iowa, White Lake, Michigan, Ottawa, Canada, Barcelona, Spain, Bermuda, Luton, UK, Roseville, California, Sheppey, Kent in the UK. A lot of you guys watching there in the UK. Hello to everyone in the UK. Happy Father's Day to you guys there in the UK. Boring, Oregon. Brooklyn, New York. Kirkland, Washington, home of Sam's Club? Is it Costco or Sam's Club? What is Kirkland? Well, that's Costco, isn't it? Ogden, Utah. Hey, Ogden was up there last year. Tyler, Texas. Durban, South Africa. Houston, Texas. Denver. Farnborough in the UK. Pine, Arizona. Love Pine, a beautiful area up there in northeast Arizona. Milan, Italy. Brecksville, Ohio. Palm Springs. 108 degrees there in Palm Springs. No, thank you. It is mid-June. It is summertime. 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 DJ Jazzy Jeff. Summertime. Summertime. Remember that song in the 90s? All right, Eva in the lime green livery, making that left-hand turn onto Bravo. Thanks, you guys are watching all around the world. Appreciate that. Rudy is off today, spending Father's Day with his dad. That is why he is not here with me, but he will be with me on Friday for the 24-hour live broadcast high atop the H Hotel. Officially calling it Camp Aviation this year. Who's going to be the lucky person to go home with any of the Camp AVL gear? Those blankets. People are going to fight over those blankets. I just know it. Now behave yourselves. No fighting allowed over those blankets.
Is it 601, runway 25 right at Foxtrot to takeoff? 601, 25 right at Foxtrot.
Did you guys see the blankets? I did that kind of early in the show. I don't, we could show it again. I just don't want to get it too dirty. It's back in the bag. Sitting side by side there at Atlantic Aviation. Just had the United Dreamliner arriving here on the south side, coming in from Newark, flight 2679. Japan Airlines flight 60 coming in from Osaka, Japan, just a minute out. Number 2 for arrival, it's a 787-9 Dreamliner. We do have China Southern Cargo, flight 2587, coming in from Shanghai, and a 777 freighter, 6 minutes out. Will be a south side arrival. I have a Cargolux Queen coming in from Anchorage, flight 43 X-ray. It's a 747-8, just 26 minutes away, including Eva Air Cargo, flight 622, coming in from Taipei, and a 777 freighter. That 777 now just 24 minutes away. Also heading here to the south side, Fiji. Flight 810 coming up from Nandi, and that A350-900 just 26 minutes out. Will be arriving. 25 left. Also see another Queen at Coletta Air, flight 810, and coming up from Mexico City. It's a 747-400 freighter, 31 minutes away. Also heading here to the north side. A lot of Queens, a lot of, well, afternoon rush. We'll be heading into LAX here.
1360 LA, are you on? What's going on with the Alaska 1360? So 1360 on the 25 right, line up in lane. Line up in lane, 25 right, Alaska 1360.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the BTS. There's nothing I can do about that. We tried for about 15 minutes to try to get the audio correct on a BTS, and it's a software, I don't know what's going on with it, but I didn't want to spend much time on it, so we just decided to turn it on, but the audio is coming off the camera, so sorry, nothing we can do about it. It's either that or not have a BTS at all here today.
Sorry again, say again.
Back to the north side. The Dreamliner coming in from Osaka, Japan.
American flight was heading to Charlotte. American Airlines flight 1105 at A321 Neo. Up next, United Airlines flight 39 heading to Tokyo Haneda on the 787-10 Dreamliner, followed by EVA Air flight 5 heading to Taipei in a 777-300 ER.
3607 with you, Romeo, left on Alpha 7, left on Alpha, taxi to party, and on stop, clear to run off.
The Dreamliner up next. A boss lady says, congratulations at 840,000 subscribers here on YouTube. Thank you. 840 on our way to 1 million. Just got 1 million on Facebook this week. We're officially over 90,000 followers on Twitter X. One of the videos from the other day has 8.8 million views. That's the LL Dreamliner that made a return here to LAX. Another one was the north side cameras at the H Hotel caught a Singapore Airlines cargo queen arriving on 24 right. At the same time, the Lufthansa King was rolling down to 24 left, side by side, captured by the cameras up there at the H Hotel. We posted that on Twitter X. That got like 1.4 million views. So we have a lot of people looking at the Twitter X as well as Facebook. Eva heading back to Taipei at this 777-300ER. Just had a Copa 737 Max 9 coming up from Panama City. Has the special livery on the back. 10 straight years of continued great service. Actually, I don't remember what it's called. Something like that. What is that? Something. 10 what? 10 years of top-notch service. We'll go with that. China Southern Cargo, the 777 freighter just touching down here on the south side.
This is 392, stay parking.
We'll turn off at Alpha 8.
Silver Tower 2587 heavy, stay parking. ICC, Alpha Tower 2587 second. Figure 2587 heavy, left here Alpha 7, or correction, at Hotel 8, left on Alpha, contact ground, 0.75. And then left Alpha and contact ground on the Tower 2587. Exit to 392, were you saying something? Negative. Hold on anchor. Visual 249 LA Tower, 125 and then 25 left, turn line.
Good to know that, Calvin. Calvin's saying that the orange Honda Cyril is back from maintenance. Yeah, but we saw that twice when we were out there. We got our fair share of the orange one. China Southern Cargo, the 777 freighter making that turn on the Alpha 8. a 777 freighter coming in from Shanghai. Next takeoff is Air Canada Flight 778 heading to Montreal, Canada, in an Airbus A220-300. Be followed by Alaska Airlines Flight 1374 heading to Loretto. It's a 737 at MAX 9. Singapore Airlines Flight 12 coming up from Tokyo to Rita on a 777 at 300 yards, just 6 minutes out. Jesus says the most punctual airline in Latin America for the past 10 years. That's what this says. Thank you.
Alaska 1374 on S-Dock, remaining my break to 3 off. Yes, sir, Alpha 7 to Alpha, the signature don't stop, that's 392. Make it plane 311, LAX, full length, runway 25 right on.
Tim with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Tim. Says happy Sunday fun day. Fun fact, LA's original name, translated, is the town of Our Lady of Queen of the Angels of the River of Little Portion. Maybe they should rename the airport. Well, you know, the X stands for nothing, right? They just needed to fill it with a third letter, so they just chose X. Thank you, Tim. I was zoomed right into it and I didn't even see it. All right, so Japan Airlines, this is the flight coming in from Osaka, Japan, heading into the southeast corner of Tom Bradley. The almighty JetBlue card just got pulled out. I need to edit my DoorDash. Yeah, LA with the extra X.
Make it 738 LA Tower. Expect a few more minutes for release. American 738. Make it 3229 LA Tech Department Foxtrot. Alaska 5 LA Tower running 25 left, good line. American 3229 LA Tower. We got 3229. Can you depart the American 3229.
All right, I'm taking orders with the JetBlue credit card. What are we going to have to drink? Do a coffee bean with a Starbucks? McDonald's? No, I'm kidding.
complicated order over here. What do I look like? I'm working at Arby's? Yes, I used to. That's the one too.
Packet 738, runway 25 right, line up to 20. 25 right, line up to 20.
Oh, really? Interesting. The Red National 747-400 is coming in from Phoenix, 30 minutes out, not on flight radar 24. Interesting.
6534, visual 25 left. 6534, LA Airline 36010, runway 25 left, clear to land. Clear to land, 25 left, sky 6534.
All right, just give me 1 second here, guys. I'm just working on... At Arby's, we used to have these little speakers, and you'd come in and you order your 5 for $5, and I used to have to get into the speaker and go 5 roast beef, 5 Jamocha shake, curly fries. You know, I had to do that, Rita.
I prefer to say that.
It was the most embarrassing. I was 15 years of age. I started working at Arby's at 15. 15 years old, I was working at Arby's having to talk into the speaker system. I was scared to death.
Now look at you.
Now look at me, I'm talking to the world.
I'm loving it.
It all started with the speaker system at Arby's. That's where it all started.
Right before you get back to the
738, contact departure.
Time back to the north side, Singapore, flight 1 to 2, coming in from Tokyo to Rita on the 777-300ER. Next flight to arrive on 24 right. This is coming to Mesa Gateway. That national has not left yet. It's about a 45-minute flight from Phoenix. Oh, those beef and cheddar. I'll tell you, if we're gonna, I'm hungry, so we might as well talk about Arby's. If you have any questions about Arby's, I'll let you know. One of the most requested sandwiches at Arby's. I'm working at Arby's back in the old Arby's. This is before they had hamburgers and all the other stuff that they had. It was a very simple menu. The French dip and the beef and cheddar, the super, the giant, and the regular roast beef sandwiches. Toward the end of my time there at Arby's, we had the barbecue, which was a bunch, you basically slice a bunch of roast beef, put it into a big container, and you throw in a bunch of barbecue sauce, and you mix it all up, and then you bake it. Boy, those were good. Barbecues, I don't even know if they still have them. But the beef and cheddar, that was really good. Oh. That's a Delta 767-400ER taking off there on the north side. Heading to Atlanta, flight 446. That was a flight that I thought was going to take off yesterday when I was up there on the north side, and it came here to the south side. Of course, look what it does the next day. It stays there on the north side. Express. I'm so hungry I could eat at Arby's. I don't know. I haven't been to Arby's. Gosh, well, I don't eat fast food, period. So I haven't been to McDonald's or Burger King or any of those places in a really long time, even Taco Bell. But I hear Arby's is kind of going back to its roots a little bit. Now they brought back the potato cakes. Did they bring back? Or maybe they never got rid of the Jamocha shakes, which was a coffee shake. But actually, I really did like the food at Arby's. What's that, Rita? Simple, yes. Well, you can't get more simple than a bun and roast beef. There's nothing on it. If you just get the regular, the giant, I mean, basically it's a bun and roast beef. The secret to good roast beef sandwiches at Arby's and Hardee's and Roy Rogers, that's another place that has roast beef sandwiches, is to slice the roast beef as thin as you could possibly do. That gives it so much more, it becomes more moist. When you bite into it, it's like you're chewing into heaven. Heaven. When you slice it too thick, it doesn't taste right. You slice it thin enough, it's like heaven. I wonder if you can walk into an Arby's and say, "Hey, can you slice my roast beef extra thin?" I don't think they'd take the request like that. If you walked into my Arby's and I was taking your order, I probably would have looked at you like, "Are you nuts?" I would have had to get on the megaphone. And I would have had to say, regular roast beef, sliced extra thin, please. They would have looked at me in the kitchen and said, "You're nuts. I'm slicing it the way I've been slicing it all day long." The kitchen staff, I'm telling you, they had egos. Next arrival here on the south side, Fiji, flight 810 and coming up from Nandi. Next takeoff here on the south side is JSX heading to Vegas and an ERJ 135. He's wearing the special livery. What is her name? Vanderpump. It's got the Vanderpump, Lisa Vanderpump's dogs on the tail. Oh, everyone always wanted that horsey sauce. What's up with that horsey sauce? I didn't think it was that good.
United 2069 with visual 255.
United 1013 today, cross the 925 X
By the way, the sauce that's on the Super, do they still make the Super roast beef? That is not Arby's sauce that's on the Super, by the way. That is... What kind of salad dressing is orange? Not Thousand Island. No, would you say ranch? Oh, French, yes, thank you, Rita. Ask Rita, and Rita will respond with the answer. French dressing, that's what was on the Super, not barbecue, or I'm sorry, not Arby's sauce. Everyone thought Arby's sauce was on the Super. No, that's French dressing. Sherry's over here pointing. You might get back to the planes, Kevin, instead of talking about Arby's. Go Cougs, the E-Jet, Alaska Horizon arriving there on the north side. Of course, you'll see that as it gets a little bit closer here on the south side. Grumpy one says try horseradish sauce. No, I've had horseradish sauce. In fact, I have a story about that. If you guys want to hear my story about horseradish. Fiji, flight 810, coming up from Nandi, touching down to 25 at left.
910 heavy LA carrier by 25 left for line. Aviation heavy exit here. Aviation heavy, Juliet, caution, 825 right, telegraph 165.
So here's my story about horseradish. So I was in the hills.
Eva 62 heavy LA car, caution, way turn speed by heavy 747.
Germany.
24010, left.
And I was with the... Was it Germany? No. Where were we? We were just coming back from Italy. I believe we were back in Germany. Anyway, we're out in the hills, near the Alps. And, of course, we're with the locals, and they say, hey, we have this great restaurant. It's in a castle in the hill. I said, great, sign me up. Let's go. So we go into this castle to have dinner. And I guess they're known for the great steak, potatoes, all that great stuff. And of course, they're all aware, be careful of the horseradish on the side of your plate. But no one told your Kevin, I went full force into the horseradish. And needless to say, Kevin was on the ground in pain instantly. And they're all sitting there laughing. Oh, the poor kid. Anyway, I have photos of it somewhere. I think it was like a. I think I actually did not get steak. It was a chicken, and the bone was still lodged into the chicken leg. It was medieval time, I'm telling you. So is that horseradish. Got that Colette-era Queen coming up from Mexico City up next. Flight 810, a 747-400 freighter next to arrive here on the south side. Of course, Korean Air Flight 18 will be heading to the north side. Queen now short funnel for 25 at left. Will she go all the way to Lima? Doubtful, but you never know. I think it was the last Sunday or the Sunday before we did get a Colette-Air Queen going all the way to Lima. She might be going all the way to Lima. Alpha 8 already been called by the tower. All right, Alpha 8 for the Queen. Skybry PSP with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Skybry. Hi everyone, got here late. Who is with Kevin today? I am by myself, but we've got one of our great mods, Netherland Pixel, Jerry, who's standing next to me, helping me out. Rita's here as well, answering all my questions I might have here today. Rita, what's in horseradish sauce, by the way? Mayonnaise? And what? Mayonnaise and horseradish, that's it? So horseradish is it's a root, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say a root. Why is it so spicy? Wait, hold that thought there, Rita. Also, Virgin Flight 7 arriving there on the north side. All right, Rita, why is it so spicy, like a spicy meatball?
Well, what's part of the reason why it's so spicy?
Hold on a second, Rita. we got wrong voice going on here. You all right over there, Rita?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Well, geez, I was concerned about how you sounded there for a second, Rita.
I sounded like some kind of goat. But it says, no, reason it says it and wasabi, which is kind of a Japanese, but they're not the same.
They're not the same, wasabi.
Wasabi is actually, wasabi has to be grown in very specific conditions in water, where horseradish doesn't need as much water.
Why is it so...
it's just the nature of the plant.
Why is it like
well,
that,
most of your radishes can be pretty... some of them can be pretty hot. If you ever got a hold of a wild radish, you'll know it.
Oh. All right. Thank you, Rita. Rita with all the answers to so many questions here today. Eva Air Cargo making that turn onto Alpha 8. Seriously was concerned about Rita there for a second. Is this the Rita I knew? I don't know. Yes, we are disguising Rita's voice here today for protection. That it did sound like that, yeah. Rita doesn't want to be chased by the radishes. The radish mafia will come hunt you down there, Rita. She's in radish protection. Next takeoff here on the south side of American Eagle SkyWest Flight 6506 heading to Omaha, Nebraska, followed by Spirit Airlines Flight 2084 heading to Houston, Texas, and an A320neo as the A380 Super heads there to the north side. Hi guys. Look at that. Yeah. Watch it all the time. What's your favorite plane? British Airways? The 777? Yeah, we haven't gotten any of those yet. They're on their way. You like the Aero Mexico, the Dreamliner? Awesome. Yeah, you guys really do like your British Airways. Look at that. Would you like some stickers? Thanks. Sherry will help you. All right, got a Queen on her way in. Will this Queen go all the way to Lima? This is the Cargolux Queen coming in from Anchorage. It's a 747-8. Come on, all the way to Lima. Cargolux. This does park on the very southeast corner of LAX. No. You missed the turn. Going all the way to Lima now.
Tower, good afternoon. We get high 7 on the visual 25 left, assigned to, 182 on 2GG.
BJ 57 LA Sierra, wind 24, 10, runway 25, left 30.
Music contact to line 25 left, for we get my friend. BJ 57 runway 25 left to line. 25 left to line, we get my friend.
Queen continues down at taxiway Alpha. Gosh, I can't remember the last time we had an Cargo Lux Queen going all the way into Lima. It's been a while. Got the Asiana A3D Super now pushed back. Of course, the Korean Air A3D Super. About to make that turn onto taxiway Echo there on the north side. Of course, this is Asiana Flight 201 heading back to Seoul. It's an 11-year-old A380 Super. Austrian Flight 81 coming up from Vienna, 777 at 200ER. 3 minutes out, a Southside arrival, followed by China Cargo Airlines Flight 221, coming in from Shanghai in a 777 freighter. All right, so the National 747 in that red livery, the 30th anniversary livery, took off from Mesa Gateway, heading here to Los Angeles, just flying over Buckeye, which is a great airport to go look at some old planes. Flying over the airport there in Buckeye, Arizona. We'll be heading here to LAX. We certainly hope. What I really want is that to go all the way to Lima, make a right-hand turn, and go up to the northeast corner, which we've seen it go to before. Give us some more airtime with that Queen. We do have another Queen coming in from the north side, Kaleta Air Flight 985, coming in from Anchorage in the 747-400 freighter, just 9 minutes away. Sean, if you're listening, you're probably referencing the BTS feed. We don't have a normal setup today for the BTS, the audio. The sound is coming off the camera. There's an issue with the software or something with the encoder, and that is why you can barely hear me on the BTS, but our audio is all perfect here on the main stream. So once again, if you're tuning into the BTS feed, which shows you everything going on here behind the scenes, audio today is coming off the camera, is not coming from the audio board. I apologize for that. We were trying to fix it. It was delaying the main show from starting on time. But at some point I said, the main show's got to go on, so I just went with the camera audio. So that is what you're hearing on that. We'll zoom in to that Coletta Air Queen coming in from Anchorage. Looks like it's now crossing over LAX, making that bank turn. It will be heading here to 25 left.
United 1069 on that Docker, running 25 right, clear for takeoff. On that Docker, clear for takeoff, 25 right, United 1069. Finish 1230, LAX, running 25 right, clear left, on front.
35 right, line up at full length, American 1230. United 2445, inbound, LAX, runway 25 left.
2445, okay, posture, going heavy, going triple turn off the marker, 125, you're at 11, runway 25 left, cleared on.
Traffic clear land, runway 25 left, United 2445.
She is heading here to the south side. Set the flight coming in from Vienna, touching down here, 25 left. It's wearing the older livery on this 777 at 200ER.
Heavy, turn right at Hotel Niner. Open level. Hotel 9, Lima, hold short, I'll run like 25 right.
Open left, Lima, hold short to the Bravo 781.
Baby blue is fading on those cowlings.
Yeah, 4891 on that Docker, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, 25 right.
Free Air Flight 18 to A380 Super heading back to Seoul, now rolling it down at 24 left on the north side. Austrian 777 will hold short.
Falcon 221 Heavy, turn right at Hotel 7.
Hotel 7, I'll get to the one.
Falcon 81 Heavy, at Lima, cross 25 right. Straight ahead, Lima, short of Kilo 1. Lima, short to the right, and
Red Austrian it now crossing over.
Got 4891, contact with departure. Coming from California 1. Zero 6 right. Got 069, runway 25 right. Boston. Boston, 25 right, stay up there. Austin 81 Heavy, contact the city on site.
Also just had Cargo King, the 777 freighter, also touching down here on the south side. It looks like it's heading up there to the northeast corner of Tom Bradley. Yeah. I was just going to talk about that. The PL asking about the Air India. People want a response from me. It's tragic. I don't have any. There's nothing for me to say. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a pilot, and some people that have actually gone out on social media in the last week who have talked about their theories, and these are pilots. These are well-known pilots as well. If you read some of the comments, they're kind of getting a little slack. So, yeah, I don't know. There's a fine line there. You know, I used to work for the media here in Los Angeles, and I know a lot of the producers, and anytime something goes on here at LAX, with an alert 2, they want me to go on camera and basically give them a soundbite live on the air. And I keep on telling them, guys, I may know some things, but I don't know everything. And I'm not an expert when it comes down to this kind of stuff. And I'm not comfortable going live on your air telling people here in the Los Angeles area or wherever they're watching that this is indeed 100% what's going on. That needs to come from the fire department, needs to come from the airport. So I'm very careful. I may be an aviation person. I may be someone in front of the camera. I may have a large following here on social media. But the one thing I am not an expert. I don't have as much knowledge as you think when it comes to these planes. I love planes. I enjoy the planes. I love airlines. But when it comes to theories about what may have happened and stuff like that, it ain't gonna come from me, because it's nothing that I'm comfortable with. And I think the internet is full of theories and whatnot already. In fact, I came across a video the other day. This is how far social media is kind of getting out of hand, and it makes me upset because, you know, we are on social media. There was an AI video created, and it popped up on my feed, and I can't remember what feed it was. It was an AI-generated video, and the context to it was that this was a wife and her husband that were on board the Air India plane, and that they were in the airport checking in, getting on the plane. And I'm telling you, if I could tell what AI looks like, this is an AI video. It's not real, but some people might actually look at it and go, oh, this is a real video. It's not a real video. And the wife says, I don't have a good feeling about this. And the context of that video going into it said that this is a couple on the plane. It's not a couple on the plane. This is completely made up to make it look as if this is a video made before they got on the plane. And I find that really, well, tacky and just every word you can think of when it comes to that. But this is what social media, certain people are putting out there. It's just, I've never seen anything like it. I don't think we've never seen anything like it, because AI has never been this good before. So this is a brand new territory when it comes to social media. And I know that YouTube is fighting stuff like this. They really are concerned about social media getting out of hand. And this video about apparently a couple on Air India trying to make it look as if it's a real video is pushing that envelope. And and I applaud YouTube for really trying to crack down on stuff like that. All right, we got another Queen arriving here on the south side. This is our third Queen. This is that Coletta Air Queen that we just saw fly directly over us here at LAX.
Aviation 802 is visual 25 left.
Aviation 802, LA Tower, caution, make turbines, heavy 747, short final, winds 240
Is that the Lufthansa Queen on the north? We got the Lufthansa Queen on the north. Looks like it's number 1 for arrival, 24 right. All right, we'll see if this Coletta Queen goes all the way to Lima. We also have an Air Canada Dreamliner making a left-hand turn onto Bravo, heading down to 25 right. There's not a cloud in the sky today. I just noticed that. Oh, here's a tough decision for your plane jockey now. Coletta going all the way to Lima. We got the Lufthansa Queen short final for 24 right. Grabbed the Queen on the north side. It's like 456 coming in from Frankfurt. So the Asiana A3 to Super rolling it down at 25 left on the north side. Boy, we all of a sudden have a lot of action going on here. Let's send it back to the Queen here. Gotta love the older livery. Not too hip on the new one.
788, heavy LA Tower, advising your full ready.
We'll advise the kind of 788. Ground rodeo 125, is that Atlantic with Fox ready to taxi?
Ground is on 12175. Tonight's 2445, hold this position at 6433 LA Tower, are you ready for intersection south track?
A breeze flight heading back to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, flight 211. And next takeoff here on the south side, Air Canada flight 788, heading to Toronto on a 787-8 Dreamliner.
Vision 802 at Lima, cross from 25 right, contact ground 175.
Thank you so much. Did you get a video? Going to San Diego, is that what you said?
LA Tower's got 6537. ILS 25 left.
Which flight are you on?
7 LA Tower, caution, make turbines, heavy Airbus, short final, heavy Dreamliner will depart inboard,
767.
winds 24012, that's 20, runway 25 left, clear to land.
25
Air New Zealand 777 at 300 ER heading to the north side. Where was this flight yesterday?
Tower Canada 788 Heavy, ready, fully ready.
Oh, that's right. It was here on the south side because I was on the north side. Earlier flight was a Dreamliner. ETA 8350. Next to arrive here on the south side will be arriving on 25 left. Of course, yesterday this is a 25 left arrival as well. Want a photo? Give me 1 second here. Here, stand right here. Here, stand right here. Stand right next to me.
Line up and wait, 25 right there, Canada 788.
Head 620 Heavy, taxi via hotel
Thank
to
you.
Lima.
Thank you. Thanks for the
Hold
card.
short,
Thank you.
25 right.
Henry and his wife stopping by. They're on their way to Honolulu later this afternoon. Stopping by, wanted to say hello, dropping off a gift card for In-N-Out Burger. Oh, here. Put them underneath.
788 Heavy, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
They make it. Up on the north side, Speedbird, the 777 at 300 ER. Next to arrive, 24 right. Definitely got the afternoon rush going on here. Trading cards are bacon. You can officially get your Kevin Bacon trading cards here today. Like they just came out of the oven. What were those things you put in the oven and they shrink? Shrinky dinks? The little shrinky dinks. We got shrinky dinks trading cards here today. All right, we've got the Air Canada 787 now rolling down. 25 right. Minty fresh livery.
Dakota 620 Heavy at Lima, cross runway 25 right, taxi via Lima,
Flying heading back to Toronto. Of course, this flight coming in from Rome, there in Italy. SWAT Cats with a $20 super chat. Thanks so much, SWAT Cats. June 15th, 1931, here in the USA. American Airways Incorporated, inaugurates air mail service between St. Louis, Missouri and New Orleans, Louisiana. Also, they extend air mail service from Nashville, Tennessee to Fort Worth, Texas. So originally it was American Airways. Interesting. I did not know that. I thought it was always American Airlines. American Airways. Wow.
Away 25 right, radio 135.
All right, officially top of the hour once again. Just after 1 p.m. here in beautiful sunny Los Angeles, California, you are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is the big Sunday show here on June 15th, 2025. And I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin here at Imperial Hill. Plane Jockey Rudy is off today, spending some time with his dad on Father's Day. So happy Father's Day to everyone here in the U.S. and the UK. Appreciate you guys spending some time with us here today as we continue on into the afternoon. Getting really busy here. So busy, I haven't been even able to create the order for coffee. I've got it loaded up on my phone.
South 4133.
What's it over? I can't even see.
Short operating 25 right at Juliet.
Exit Hotel 6, hold short, 25 right, short,
29 palms. All right. All right, you guys are going to have to flip whatever you want, but give it back to me because I haven't chosen what I want yet.
South 4133 at Juliet.
All right, Ita heading into the gates at Tom Bradley, the Lufthansa Queen heading over here as well. Flight 456 coming in from Frankfurt. Also Philippine, the 777-300ER, flight 113 heading back to Manila, now rolling down to 4 left on the north side.
1120.
We'll be making a left-hand turn onto taxiway Lima. Do have DHL Polar Air Cargo flight 992 heading to Cincinnati, Ohio. A 777 freighter popping up on the radar.
Instructions at Juliet, offering 25 right, taxi charge, hold short of Kilo 1.
I guess Juliet cross 25 right and left Charlie. What was that last bit?
Flight 1755, taxi via Charlie Lima, hold short of Kilo 1.
Alright, Charlie Lima, short Kilo 1, second flight, 1755.
Air France flight 22 coming up from Paris, the 777-300ER, now just 27 minutes away from arriving here in Los Angeles. Did you get that to Rita? Rita? Oh, you already got it? All right. Air New Zealand making that left-hand turn onto taxiway Lima as well as the Queen now takes those final turns. Should be going straight into Tom Bradley.
American 442 at Juliet, conference 25 right, contact off 75, transfer for the position.
Juliet, 25 right, contact right, contact 5 American 442.
Not a cloud in the sky. Oh, there's some clouds over the ocean, but that's about it. June gloom what? Not here today.
Central Flight 1755 at Lima, contact ground.
Contact ground,
This is the most.
JetBlue 188, running 25 right, clear. for
Finally,
takeoff on
jeez.
Docker, no delay.
No delay, clear takeoff on that Docker, JetBlue 188.
924.43, contact SoCal departure.
SoCal, yeah, 924.43.
Trying to put in the order for coffee, and Rudy usually does this. It's like driving a car and trying to text at the same time. It doesn't work. The Bray is making that left-hand turn onto taxiway Bravo, heading down to 25 right.
1584 at Juliet, offering 25 right, contact off 27. JetBlue 188, contact SoCal departure.
That flight heading to Boston, flight 188 on that A321 Neo. This American flight heading to Chicago O'Hare, flight 2321. It's a newer aircraft delivered in December of last year, 787-9 Dreamliner. Making that turn from Charlie to Bravo. Matthew Ruiz with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Matthew. Says, hi, Kevin. Traveling to Vegas again next year to see Gordon Ramsay in Hal's Kitchen to try the beef Wellington and lobster risotto. And I'm sorry if I'm making you hungry. You are. That beef Wellington on his shows, I've always wanted that. I don't think I've ever had the beef Wellington, but it looks so good. How could you not want a filet mignon breaded? Isn't it deep fried too? I'll pass on the lobster risotto, but give me the beef Wellington any day. Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, I'm really hungry now. Anybody have those beef Wellingtons we can order? We can put on the JetBlue card. SWAT Cats back with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, SWAT Cats. This aviation fun fact. There are more than 33 variants of the 747. This includes commercial and military. 9 additional models were planned but scrapped. In retrospect, this reminds of the many variants of the F-4 Phantom II. I remember growing up seeing the diagrams of the other versions, the double-decker version of the 747. That is a fun fact. Thank you, Squat Cats.
JetBlue 1487, LA Tower, and 25 left, third land.
Not every restaurant has the beef Wellington, right? Kind of rare.
Kilo 1, contact City, France.
All right, the Dreamliner heading to Chicago O'Hare, continuing its taxi down Bravo, heading to 25 right. This aircraft delivered in December of 2024.
First 2352, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff right now, Docker.
25 right, clear for takeoff on Docker, Sterling 2352.
Next takeoff is Spirit Airlines Flight 2352 heading to Atlanta, Georgia. It's a brand new A321neo just delivered in April of this year. Be followed by a brand new United A321neo heading to Denver, Flight 299, also delivered in April of this year. Followed by SkyWest heading to St. George, Utah in a CRJ 200LR. Speaking of American Dreamliners, Flight 26 coming up from Tokyo, Haneda. That is 787-8 Dreamliner. 4 minutes out will be a north side arrival.
JetBlue 1487, Hyundai, exit Hotel Miner. 4663, exit Hotel 6, hold short, offering 25 right at Juliet.
Exit Hotel 6 and hold short of 25 right at Juliet, 4663.
You know, my long love for RX bars from the very beginning of this channel. I'm always on the hunt for new flavors, and I came across this new one called Lemon Honey Cashew Butter. What do you guys think? Rita gives me a thumbs up.
Continental Tower from here, flight 1267 and Honda 181.
Jerry likes it too. He's a winner. JetBlue A321 touching down here on the south side.
Tower from here, flight 1267. I just want to make sure I think I stepped on you on the clearance.
Flight 1267, LA Tower. Caution make service heavy will depart to inboard, and traffic will hold in position and 25 left clear to land.
25 left, clear 2 lane from here, flight 1267.
Also just had Porter, the E2, coming in from Toronto. I must be a magnet, Steve. I gotta.
4663 at Juliet, passing 25 right, contact ground point 75, traffic hold.
Juliet, cross 25
That's a flight heading to St. George, Utah, CRJ, SkyWest. Other flights coming in from Boston, flight 1487. We do have United Airlines flight 198 heading to Shanghai, and a 787-9 Dreamliner will be the next takeoff, followed by that Breeze A220 300 heading to Richmond, Virginia, flight 535. How about another Dreamliner? The 787-9 Dreamliner with American flight 2321, number 3 for takeoff. Of course, we have the American Dreamliner coming up from Tokyo, Haneda, now short funnel for 24 right on the north side.
392, runway 25 left, clear for takeoff, traffic in a 4-mile final.
25 left, clear takeoff, exit jet 392.
Cathay Pacific, the 777-300ER, wearing the updated livery, now pushing it back. Network with the $3 Super Jet. Thank you so much, Network.
good chance for a south side takeoff for Cathay Pacific, heading back to Hong Kong. Got that United Dreamliner, 787-9 Dreamliner heading to Shanghai, flight 198 up next for takeoff.
2002 LA Tower, caution make service heavy departure inboard, run 25 left,
Good land, 25 left, 2000.
wind 25012.
Boy, Emirates running late again here today. Third day in a row, it's been running late. All right, we got that National 747 in the 30th anniversary red livery just over Chino Hills out there in the IE, heading here to LAX.
Forward 992 with hold short, offset on Alpha.
Forward 992 LA Tower, expect 3 to 5 minutes.
Honk honk. Looks like Air France Flight 22 coming up from Paris, heading to the north side. We'll be arriving at 24 right. Next takeoff, it's that Breeze flight heading back to Richmond, Virginia. Airbus A220-300. Not quite sure why I have a country accent all of a sudden. Maybe because this is my fourth day. My mind is going crazy now. Rita's over there shaking her head. Yes, you're going crazy. Now Kevin has a country accent. What's going on over there, Kevin? I forgot my country, my cowboy hat here today. Actually, you know what it is? That wasn't country. That was Louisville's accent coming through. See, it's deep inside of me. Sometimes it just comes out. That Louisville, Kentucky accent. Eastern 777-300ER now pushing back. That will more than likely head to the north side. Also have a United 777 heading down to 25 right here on the south side. United Airlines Flight 2086 heading to Houston. It's a 29-year-old 777-200. This registration 775. So it was part of, I call it the Brat Pack. It was part, I believe this aircraft was part of the first 5 777s that were used for testing. The Brat Pack.
Forward 992 heavy, runway 25 left, clear for takeoff right now.
All right, the Queen just over West Whittier. That lovely garden area off the 60. Isn't that Whittier?
Reach at 57 LA Tower plan, runway 25 right.
Well, I'm thinking of the wrong area.
Forward 992 with the cancel takeoff clear.
Forward 992 cancel takeoff clear and stay in tensions. Can taxi down the runway and left turn Alpha 4 to left turn Alpha.
Take down the runway to Alpha 4 for forward 992.
All right, Polar Air Cargo canceling the takeoff there Flight 992 heading to Cincinnati. Canceling it takeoff there on 25 left. Will now exit the runway. Do that American Dreamliner lined up on that 25 right. We head back to the north side. The Air France Flight 22 coming in from Paris.
Color 992, traffic 27 mile per hour, left turn Alpha 4, turn left and out, left hand down, left 75.
Alpha, back to forward now, 160. LA American 325 left.
American 2321 heavy, left and 25 right, clear for takeoff, line up Alpha.
Cathay now on the move. Should be
right, line up and wait, caution the turbine.
Line up and wait, runway 25 right, it's 186 heavy.
right there, like the Prius.
American 3 LA Tower, caution wait, turbine, heavy departure inboard, wind 25014 and 25 left for land.
5 left, clear to land, American 3.
All right, American Airlines Flight 2321 heading to Chicago O'Hare, a brand new, a 787-9 Dreamliner. Now rolling down the 25 right is the Cathay Pacific 777, about to make a left-hand turn onto Bravo.
You check 57 round time. American 275 now, hold short of contract. American 2321 heavy, contact SoCal departure.
Over departure line 2321.
Looks like we also have a Air Tahiti Nui Dreamliner heading to Paris, also heading here to the south side.
Position, reach at 57. Central Runway 59 heavy, LA Tower, wind 25014, runway 251, switch line. LA 25 right, clear for International A flight 9 heavy, American 274,
Everything all right? Yep. Okay. You were looking like something was, like we got extra stuff or something.
American 374, full length.
American 374.
All right, we got that United 777 heading to Houston, Texas, flight 2086. Air Tahiti Nui Flight 8 heading to Paris in the 787-9 Dreamliner. All right, we got that National 747 Queen at short final for 25 left.
American 3, hold short over 25 right at Juliet.
Hold short 25 right at Juliet,
At 1431, running 25 right, clear for takeoff, RNAV.
This flight coming in from Mesa Gateway Airports outside of Phoenix. National Airlines in the 30th anniversary livery. What we want to see it do is go head up to the northeast corner of the South Complex. Or she can go all the way to Lima and make a left-hand turn. Last thing we want is for her to go short or go to Alpha 8.
American 274, waiting for traffic on Southwest. Reach at 57, runway 25 left, line up and wait, traffic 10 mile final. American 3 traffic hold in position at Juliet Crossing 25 right, right for Bravo Crossing 25.
She's definitely slowing down. Alpha 8.
786 LA Tower and 25 left, 39 caution right turn heavy 747 landed.
Such a beautiful livery.
Region 796 turn 25 left, 39.
As of on the Pond Airways, the Dreamliner heading back to Tokyo Narita. The tail to the south should be heading to the north side. Be in luck and won't stay here very long. Got a few interesting things here at the airport right now. 2 new Pacific 757s sitting at Atlantic Aviation, as well as this national 747. Hello? Oh, hello. Rita, how can you walk in those? Rita, trip. You're gonna trip. I know, but you got pantyhose on, right? How do you get this in the flip-flops? Rita, whatever you do, do not fall because of the pantyhose, all right? How often do you get to say that?
No, I don't want to pull a Kevin.
No, oh, don't pull a Kevin. That's what Rita said. Oh, those are some fighting words over there, Rita.
You're right. In my case, I would be the
All right, we're waiting on American Airlines Flight 274 heading to JFK. It's an A321. Cathay number 4 for takeoff. Also have American Airlines Flight 3016 heading to Puerto Vallarta in a 737-800.
American 3016 LA Tower and 25 right line up and wait. 5 right, American 3016.
What? Want another one? Have another one. I'm here for you, Rita. So China Eastern already up there on the north side. The ANA Dreamliner that will be heading back to Tokyo Narita Flight 5 should also be heading up there to the north side. Turkish Flight 180 heading back to Istanbul. 777 also lighting up on the radar.
American 3016, runway 25 right, takeoff on that.
Tokyo Haneda flight 26. Looks like it's heading into Tom Bradley.
Early Tom, we got 1433 is a visual 25 left.
1433, LA tower, caution, wing 7, heavy 777 landed, heavy 777 will be in position, running 25 left, clear to land, caution, wing turbine.
Clear land.
Christopher Brown back with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Christopher. Says, what do you call a plane that flies backwards? A receding airline. That's a good dad joke for Father's Day. What do you say? Just had a China Airlines cargo 777 freighter touching down. Looks like an Alpha 8 turnoff. We got that Polair cargo 777 freighter heading to Cincinnati, now trying to make another attempt at takeoff. Hopefully, you guys are all having a great weekend. Thanks for spending some of your time here on Airline Videos Live. It's Father's Day. A lot of families out here enjoying the planes, enjoying the nice weather here in the Southland.
4992 heavy, runway 25 left, clear for takeoff, traffic 3 mile final.
Clear takeoff 5 left, 4992.
Polair cargo, the 777 freighter heading to Cincinnati, Ohio. Not clear for takeoff. By the way, that National was parked right pretty close to Atlantic Aviation. It's over there at the Qantas cargo area. Keep her nice and close. We'll keep an eye on her throughout the course of the day. Of course, there's 2 new Pacific 757s over there as well. Stowing on that Cathay Pacific, flight 885, heading to Hong Kong at the 777-300 yard, number 2 for takeoff. We have another United Dreamliner now heading down to 25 right. That is United Airlines, flight 1855, heading to Newark in a 787-9 Dreamliner. TAP Air Portugal Flight 247 coming from Lisbon on an A330neo, just 39 minutes away. China Airlines Flight 6 coming up from Taipei and an A350-900, just 36 minutes away.
1433, head short, runway 25 Juliet.
25 Juliet, 1433.
Cathay 885 Heavy, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff right now, Docker.
Really good.
4756, hold on.
LA Tower, good up here. 1321 Heavy is with you. ILS, actually visual 25 left.
1321 Heavy, LA Tower, possible 76, looking like 4625 runway 25 left, clear to land.
725 left, 1321 Heavy.
All right, everyone like my new RX bars. Cathay now rolling down to 25 right.
Now 1433, holding immediate
Was that lemon in those bars tastes really good. It's not overly lemony. I remember we bought one time, there was these lemon bars from Target. Good and Plenty. Is that good and what? Oh, Good and Gather. Yes. The Target brand. They had these lemon bars. They looked good, but it was too lemony. Too much lemon in the lemon bars. Go figure. Some people would say, well, what did you expect, Kevin? It's a lemon bar. It has lemon in it. This has other stuff. It's lemon, honey, cashew, and butter. 3 tablespoons of oats, 7 cashews, 2 egg whites, and 2 tablespoons of honey. Well, where's the lemon? Don't tell me the lemon's not artificial. Check out the back of the box. Does it say fake lemons?
8 heavy, running 25 right, clear for takeoff right now, Docker.
25 right, default takeoff, Airline Docker, to the Airline 8 Heavy.
And at 1635, LA Tower, possibly service train 25 right, line up and wait.
Triple 7 and now short funnel for 2-5 left. 9 to 777.
1714, LA Tower, possibly service train.
Coming in from Newark. We got Air Tahiti Nui, Dreamliner heading to Paris, now rolling down to 25 right. The Dreamliner rolling down to 24 left. It's a flight heading back to Tokyo Narita on the 787-9 Dreamliner. Turkish, the 777 at 300 ER now pushing back that tail to the north. Could be a south side takeoff.
This is that United 777-200, 24 years of age, coming in from Newark, flight 1321. Seems like we have a lot more 777s here throughout the course of the day than we did maybe a couple weeks ago. Of course, the 777 base is up there at SFO.
It's at 6:38 LA Tower, short of 32.5 left at Lima.
Twitter X today on the before I started the show here today, and I saw that Big Jet Jerry was in the hospital. Didn't have a Sunday show here today. Apparently he's in the hospital. He tells everyone on social media, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." But it sounds like he's not been released from the hospital. Possibly overexerting yourself. It happens, especially as a YouTuber, especially out here doing show after show after show. Jerry's been doing a lot of traveling as well. A lot of traveling to far places from London. So, Jerry, if you're watching, you're probably not. You say you don't watch anybody else's show, but we're all praying for you. Get better soon, Jerry. All right?
You're at 1321, heavy Aviation conference 25 is right side from
that Dreamliner heading to Newark, flight 1855 is 787-9 Dreamliner.
It's at 6:30 at November, contact ground point 65 at November.
You know, you have to be careful. You have to be very careful. I think, you know, we've talked about this, I think, in one of our podcasts, that running a YouTube channel, you know, for the most part, and I asked you guys a question on Friday from high atop the H Hotel, seems that Hollywood is getting into the whole YouTube thing. And by that, it means we're talking about big corporations with a lot of money and a lot of staff that are running these YouTube channels. That's one thing. But for channels like Jerry and myself, Jerry has Jilly. I've got a full-time employee, Charlie. Rudy's part-time. And a lot of our mods do a lot of work behind the scenes as well. But just the one person running the channel like myself and Jerry, you really do sometimes, you push yourself to the point where you don't realize that you're putting yourself in harm's way. Even though a lot of you guys in the chat say, Kevin, take care of yourself. My gosh. Some of you guys are probably like, you're on your 4th day. We hope to not see you again until Friday, which may be the case, but I don't know at this point. You know me. But, you know, I should have learned my lesson last year, though I don't think it was a real cause of me tripping and causing harm to my arm. But sometimes you get into this cycle where you have to go, and that's how I am. That's how I've always been as a person, and how I run my business is if I feel like I'm not working, if I'm not doing something to make the channel better in terms of, I'm constantly updating social media. If you guys have figured it out, my mom goes, I'm watching you on Facebook. You're always on there. You're always posting. And I'd say, I feel like I'm not doing anything unless I'm doing something for the channel. So I think you get to that point where you don't realize that you're pushing yourself so hard, and sometimes you have to take a step back and realize that the planes will be there take a day off or two and make sure you take care of yourself and make sure you rest. And well, first of all, you got to make sure you don't burn out. That's the one thing, especially in the YouTube world. If you run yourself constantly, you're going to burn yourself out. I've been told that many times by the agency. Do not burn yourself out. Sometimes they watch the show and they go, Kevin, you're burning yourself out. We don't want to see that.
Docker, 25 right at Foxtrot. Clear for takeoff. Last good day.
But I will say this. I've traveled enough in my life, especially with equipment. Traveling with equipment is, I don't know what's worse. Traveling with equipment or traveling with a bunch of kids. I don't know. It's like everything needs your attention constantly, and you have a lot of bags, you have a lot of this, got a lot of that. And traveling with equipment it's exhausting. It is exhausting, and that's why you don't see me going from trip to trip to trip to trip to trip. You gotta spread it out, or you will burn yourself out, or worse than that, you just can overdo it. You can overdo it really quick. And so that's why you don't see us going from one location to meeting to New York and this, that, and that. You got to spread it out. You gotta make sure you don't overdo it. About those trips that we always try, we always try to make the main show here on Sundays here at LA, which gives us, usually we'll fly out on a Tuesday, have shows on a Wednesday and Thursday, and then come back on a Friday, have Saturday to regroup, and then kind of somewhat be fresh for Sunday. And that's how we plan the trips. Jerry, I think Jilly is now traveling with him on all these trips. He just got back from Taipei. That's a really long flight from London. I don't know how many hours that is, but he's been doing a lot of those trips lately, and that just has to take a toll on you after a while. So, Jerry, my advice, if you're listening, and I'm sure he's not, stick with London for a while. It's London. It's like LAX. You never know what you're going to see. Same with London. So slow down on the travel. Oh, New Pacific's taxiing. Ooh, going to Dallas left field. New Pacific Airways flight 8553. We'll hope to see the second one and do the same thing. Turkish making that turn on to Bravo, now heading to 25 right. Also have Japan Airlines, the 777-300ER in the alleyway between the Terminal 4 and Tom Bradley. Looks like Plane Jockey Rudy's in the chat. Hello, Rudy.
Expedite the cross traffic now 1 mile per hour, Exojet 411. American 1988 at Juliet. Cross run 25 right. Right turn Bravo, contact ground point 75. Traffic will hold.
Okay, at Juliet, cross 5 right turn Bravo, and traffic will hold for us. American 1988. Ground is up.
Second 136 head. LA Tower traffic stopping down to North 25 right. Line up and wait.
Line up and wait 25 right. American 136. American
Longboard 71 Bravo Heavy, LA Tower 25014. Alternate 7 Heavy will start in board, runway 25 south for connect.
Yes, 4 days in a row, Rudy. I may not be getting out of bed tomorrow. Usually on Mondays, I'm just dragging anyway. But 4 days in a row, I may not even get out of bed tomorrow. I'm going to pick up Charlie at the airport around 4. So I have until about 4 o'clock. Oh, there's Charlie. Charlie is in the chat as well. Charlie, no early arrival time tomorrow. CKW with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, CKW. Still remember Virgin Atlantic's slogan, "No way," British Airways, American Airlines from the late 90s in opposition to the attempted merger between British Airways and American Airlines. Not sure if the A340-600 was the last aircraft carrying that slogan. I don't remember that. Now you got me intrigued. I'm going to have to look that up. CKW, thank you. Just had the Star Alliance Avianca, though New Pacific wasted no time. Looks like it is crossing over 25 at the left. Again, we have 2 of these New Pacific planes. The second one looks like it's being loaded up outside of Atlantic Aviation. The 777 now rolling down. 25 right.
Heavy Dreamliner 1 mile per hour and 25 left, approach land. Okay, 42 tower, 25 left, approach land.
Avianca at the Star Alliance livery. KLM Flight 602 heading up there to the north side.
Alarm 842 tower, 25 left, clear to land.
Oh, Charlie says he arrives at 3:09. All right. I'll live. Though, you sure? I don't know. Every time you arrive from... Oh, that's right. You're flying American this time. I was going to say Southwest. He's done with Southwest, apparently. See? I mean, here, Charlie... He was a loyal Southwest flyer. And because of all the new changes, now he said, I'm done. And he went with American. See what happens. Norse, the Dreamliner. By the way, New Pacific in line for 25 at right, number 3. It's Norse Dreamliner coming in from London Gatwick. So it was the bags. The bags is what changed his mind with Southwest. All right, the Taka Retro. Japan Airlines might be heading up there to the north side. Flight heading back to Tokyo Haneda in the 777 at 300 ER.
Question 1524, early tower, good afternoon, wind 24015, running 25 left, clear to land.
I think Frontier has their sight on Phoenix. You know, Southwest is a major presence there at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. And if you remember that last time we went live from Phoenix from Terminal 3 facing the south side, do you guys remember how many Frontier flights were in and out of Sky Harbor? So I think Frontier definitely has their sights on all the changes going on at Southwest. All right, up next is a new Pacific Airlines flight 8553 heading to Dallas Love Field. It's a 30-year-old 757 at 200. Like I mentioned, we do have 2 of those here. Norris waiting to cross over 25 right. We also have a special livery on the north side. Southwest Airlines in the Illinois 1 livery coming in from San Jose, California, 737-700. All right, we're going to go to the new Pacific, now rolling down at 25 right.
25 right, clear for takeoff.
On your dock, clear for takeoff, runway 25 right, position 1.
Turn to ED7, heavy loss in the tower, running 25 left, clear to land with 25014.
25 left is left, 87 heavy.
Let 8553 contact, SoCal approach.
Still have another one. Up next, Turkish flight 180 heading back to Istanbul. 777-300ER already rolling down at 25 right. Oh, that was pretty close. Norris now crossing over 25 right. KLM number 2 for takeoff on the north side, flight 602 heading back to Amsterdam. China Airlines flight 6 coming in from Taipei. It has A350-900. Next heavy arrival on the north side. And Air Tahiti Nui flight 7 coming in from Paris. Next heavy arrival here on the south side. But it is officially top of the hour time once again. Just after 2 p.m. here in beautiful, sunny Los Angeles, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today is the big Sunday show here on June 15th. 2025, and I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin here at Imperial Hill. Hope you guys are all having a great Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there, grandparents. Anyway, I've almost lost my train of thought. Jeez Louise, what's going on with me, Steve? No Plane Jockey here, Rudy with me here today. I'm all alone. Maybe talking for 4 days straight. Maybe it's got to my head there, Rita. As we continue on here at the 2 o'clock hour here in the Southland. Jeez, can we go back and erase that? I feel like I need to redo that whole thing. Bob, erase that in the tape deck, please. Never happened. And I gotta give you the rules for the giveaway. Oh boy. Maybe I'll let Rita do it. China Airlines Flight 6, the A350-900 coming in from Taipei. Japan Airlines, the Dreamliner, pushing back from the southeast gates of Tom Bradley. This is the flight heading back to Tokyo Narita, flight 61.
Tahiti Nui, the Dreamliner coming in from Paris. Touching down here on the south side, 25 left. Rita, do you know the whole rules to the giveaway? She's over there thinking, maybe this isn't a good idea. It's not yet, Rita. I'm just asking. Just asking. You remember all the rules or not?
It's not like you don't find out. Really.
Well, this is legal. Gotta make sure it's all correct.
Anybody who is in the channel, as long as they're member.
All right. We'll try it. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not decided yet, Rita. I don't know. What's worse? Me, who should know the rules, or Rita not knowing half the rules? I don't know what could be worse. All right. Air Tahiti Nui Dreamliner now crossing over 25 right. That will be heading to the west gates. Do have an Allegiant heading to Cincinnati, Ohio, flight 2408. It's an A320 heading down 2025 right here on the south side. Air France flight 21 heading back to Paris and the 777-200ER. Number 2 for takeoff there on the north side, followed by Japan Airlines flight 15 heading to Tokyo Haneda. That is the 777-300ER. I know, Charlie says you need a script. It should be all in my head. I've been doing this for 4 years. Let me see.
Please 2408 LA Tower, and 25 right line up and wait. 25 right line up and wait, please 2408.
3 o'clock. 3. And that national, also 3. Or Steve was asking me about the other new Pacific 757. What time do we have a time for that takeoff? That plane also heading to Dallas Love Field. Scheduled takeoff time is 3 p.m. And then National Airlines 747-400 in the red livery going to be taking off at 3 p.m. as well, heading to Sydney, Australia. So there you go. We're going to get our wishes here. Speaking of that giveaway, this is what we're giving away here today. Official Camp AVL 2025 24-hour live stream official t-shirt. Could be yours. All you have to do is be in the chat. We'll give you the official rules coming up. There's many different colors. You can go check them out at shopavl.com. I was showing off earlier some of the door prizes at the Camp AVL. So we don't have many of these. So what we're going to do is, if you're coming to Camp AVL, high top DH Hotel, we're going to give you a ticket, and that ticket we will raffle off a lot of these different things. We have a lot of these koozies, Camp AVL koozies. Now these are things you can't find at Shop AVL, so I'm not sitting here trying to convince you to go to Shop AVL. These are things you can't even buy. I'm just showing you what we're giving away. I thought it'd be fun. How about a Camp AVL journal? It's still wrapped on the back. Official Airline and Videos Live. So you can journal your whole camp experience. Just right in there. All right, so we got that. Jerry, you want to help me again? I want to make sure this doesn't touch the ground. So we have 4 of these blankets, 2 in green and 2 in blue. And it's the official Camp AVL blankets. So in case you get cold, somebody is going to be winning this. Well, there's 2 blue and 2 green. So we have a total of 4 blankets.
What's going on, Steve? All right. Yeah, we don't want to make sure it doesn't get any dirt from Imperial Hill. All right. So again, all these, they have plenty of these as well. Not everyone will get this stuff, but we will be giving tickets out. It is a nice blanket. I will say we do have AVL blankets. Shop AVL. We don't have Camp AVL blankets though. China Airlines Flight 6, coming in from Taipei, the A350-900, now heading to the gates. Rudy was trying to get a count of how many people are actually coming to Camp AVL. I think he just got under 30. Iceman 1775 says, I'll take that slightly used Imperial Hill blanket. We put it back in the plastic. It's all good to go. Of course, the other three are in plastic as well. Here, look. Here's evidence. It's back in the plastic bag. No Imperial Hill dust or dirt. And if there's a lizard that finds its way in there, then it's added bonus. Speaking of. Oh, that's a seal. I thought that was a lizard. One of the games that Rudy bought from Costco to bring to entertain y'all, and of course we're going to have to play it on the show as well. You know the Price is Right. Of course you know the Price is Right. Come on down. Well, you, us, at Camp AVL can play Plinko. Yes, Plinko. We will not be giving out money. China Airlines will be making that turn into Tom Bradley, that American flight heading to Phoenix, flight 1994, 737-800. Japan Airlines Flight 61 heading to Tokyo Narita, now heading down for a south side takeoff. Next takeoff is a flight heading to JFK, JetBlue Flight 224, it's an A321. Arriving on the north side. Are you kidding me? I'm telling you right now, some days as a plane spotter here at LAX, you just want to cry. Why do I want to cry? Because every time I've been to the north side the last 2 days, Friday, Saturday, TAP headed here to the south side. Now I'm here on the south side, TAP heads to the north side. See how it is? I always tell you guys, if you come out here to LAX, give yourself at least a week to plane spot. Because that might take that long to get exactly what you want in the exact spot. Or else you're going to leave here crying. I really wanted this to land in front of our cameras there at Plane Spotters Paradise. I might have to go back there next week. Charlie, put on your walking shoes. We might be going back to Paradise on Tuesday. We'll see. Would you guys like another Paradise show on Tuesday? Or Rita can't be there. Charlie's in town. He can. No promises yet. We'll see how I recover tomorrow.
I'm going someplace really hot.
What'd you say, Rita?
I'm going someplace really hot.
Are you going someplace really hot?
Yeah.
Going to Palm Springs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Palm Desert, actually.
Network back with a $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Network. Charlie has never been to Plane Spotter's Paradise. Well, let me tell you, Charlie, it is paradise. Probably the best weather you can find here at LAX. I don't know, there's like a nice cool breeze that constantly just comes down at Lincoln Boulevard. It's really odd. It's always been that way. I've told you stories where I've been there plane spotting back years ago, and it could be in July, and I'm sitting there wearing gloves. It was that chilly. Another United A321 Neo. Singapore, the 777 now pushing back. The United flight heading to Chicago O'Hare, flight 2487. Next up, Japan Airlines flight 61 heading to Tokyo Narita on a 787-9 Dreamliner. And American Airlines flight 1657 heading to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas on the A321 Neo number 2 for takeoff. Qantas flight 11 coming in from Sydney, Australia, the A380 Super, now just 25 minutes away. Something smells really good here at Imperial Hill. Is it you? Is it? No, it's coming from this direction. Really? Do you smell that? It smells good, doesn't it? It's not food. It's like a fragrance or something. I don't know. It smells really, really good. When I smell a fragrance that good, I want to, if I can figure out who has it on, I want to say, what is that? You don't smell it? Oh, you don't smell it. Rita smells it. I smell it. It smells really good. Like, really good. Oh, Jerry's over there asking, oh, geez, what have I created? Flight heading to Tokyo Narita on the 787-9 Dreamliner. Look, another minty fresh Air Canada, this A320. Irish Spring? No, it's not Irish Spring. I tell you, if that's what LA air smelled like, I'd be outside every day. Oh, it's time to take that 6-mile walk.
1657 right at Docker and a 25 right to take off.
For takeoff, 25 right on that Docker.
All right, looks like Singapore will be heading to the north side.
847 on the tower and a 25 left clear to land.
25 left, clear to land, we'll go 847.
The Air Canada flights coming in from Toronto, flight 791. Our next takeoff is the flight heading to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas, flight 1657, A321 Neo with American.
Left up, 7 left and off, contact ground.
Left up, 7 left out, but off the ground, 683.
Osaka, Japan. Now pushing it back. Tip alert! Tip alert! I wish I had a sound effect for that. No, that won't work. No, that's actually really bad. How about this? Tip alert? Art R with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Art. This is greetings from Guatemala City. The airport is nearby, and it's stunning to see planes taking off from LAX on my TV and landing here in Guatemala City from my window. Well, hello there, Art R. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks for using the tip alert.
City number 25 right for inspection.
25 right box cross.
Yes, excellent. Well, our pleasure. Would you like some? Looks like we're on those. Would you like some stickers? I'm glad you're doing better. Gosh, I'm sure it's been a long journey. Somebody's melted down. Nice to meet you. All right, happy Father's Day. All right, see you guys. Yeah, can you imagine? He said he was in a car accident, wasn't even walking, and we helped him get through the pain. That's a long journey. I mean, I went through a lot with my arm, but you hurt your leg. I mean, you want to talk about, yeah, that's... I always ask myself, I don't know what's worse, breaking your leg or your arm. Now I figured it out. It's your leg. It's your leg, 100%. So anyway, our friend there just stopping by Harrison and his dad, taking his dad out for Father's Day, and said that he wanted to come by and thank us, and we helped him get through that whole process, and he's here today walking. So excellent. I'd love to hear those stories. Yeah. We hear a lot of those stories, you know. It's amazing because I always say this. Every time I hear a story like that, I never expect it. That's not what I started this channel to do, was to, I mean, quite frankly, to help people. I just wanted to come on here and give you guys planes and having an enjoyment of it. I didn't realize what we would really end up doing for so many people. You know, there's a lot of people that love planes that can't even get out of bed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's some of us.
Hold on a second, Rita. Where did we go? Hold on, Rita.
Right west end, Ultra 2, correction. Yeah, Ultra 25 left.
What's that, Rita?
Well, there's some of us. I mean, I look what I've seen in the over 3 years now that I've been
Yeah.
involved with AVL
Yeah.
in an indirect capacity.
Eat that microphone.
And it's amazing. It really amazes me what this is a community that we built up,
Yeah.
which we would never have expected. I mean, 3 years ago, I don't even think you had maybe about 100,000 subscribers. Then.
Oh my gosh, I have no idea.
I says, but I
Yeah.
mean, hey, this is where we met on a Tuesday.
Rita always reminds me that. Now, Rita's not officially a part of AVL. Rita is our biggest fan who likes to hang out with us any chance that we get. You want to talk about the biggest fan? It is Rita. Rita wins the award for the biggest fan. I'm sure a lot of you guys in the chat would be like, no, I'm your biggest fan. But Rita will sit out here the whole day with us. That is the biggest fan.
Or sometimes we'll even be here before anybody
Before,
else.
yes.
This
Yeah.
is- and it's happened more than once. This is
Outside is going to be 2 more.
beach party.
Oh,
I
that's
was
right.
there.
The beach party last summer. Gosh, can you believe that? It's almost been a year.
I know.
That was last July. I mean, the year has gone by so fast. I'm in complete denial that it's even summertime right now.
It's this, and myself, here I am, the biggest fan of AVL.
Yeah.
And I support it, not with me just being here either.
Oh, yeah, no. Rita's an emerald and a diamond
Well, I'm
member,
just
right?
an emerald right now.
Just an emerald. Well, that's better.
And a platinum.
More than enough.
Emerald and platinum.
All right. Yeah, look at that. So, thanks to Rita. All right. It's something in my eye. But,
Yeah.
these stories, you're here out here on a Sunday, and a lot of people stop by and tell us the stories all the time about how the show and the plane spotting has really gotten them through a lot.
It's just, and I'll tell you, it's just, when I hear that, it's just, it really makes me feel good.
Yeah.
That shows that I'm part of my
Yes.
efforts.
Rita,
are
you have
paying
your own
attention.
fan club going on in Northern California. They actually, what is it, Camp Rita?
Yeah,
Camp Rita, if you guys are watching, shout out to you guys.
in Oakdale, California.
In Oakdale, say hello to your fans over there, Rita.
Hi.
They love Rita. They all get together on Sunday and they're like, we want to make sure we see Rita.
It says, don't be
Rita's
surprised
here.
if I don't somehow show up in Oakdale.
Uh-oh, did you hear that? Rita's coming your way. All right, Rita, thank you so much.
At a 1573 cross from
All right, we got that Japan Airlines Dreamliner now heading down to 25 right here on the south side. This flight heading back to Osaka, Japan. Of course, graphics, sign and design says AVL has a lot of good followers. Not everyone can be at the show. Absolutely, you're 100% correct on that. You guys just showing up whenever you can. We thank you. I always say that I have cable TV, and I hardly ever watch cable TV. And of course, I got home after yesterday's live stream, and I popped up on the news, and of course, there was a lot of stuff going on yesterday, and I watched it for a few minutes, and I just thought, geez, enough of this, I'm going back to the planes. So there is something comforting about what we do here on the channel, especially with our 24-hour live broadcast as well, giving you guys access to the planes, even when we're not out here, standing here, running the camera. the fact that we can still give you the planes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is such a huge deal, really, when you start thinking about it, because there's not, is there another 24-hour 7 live stream out there? I don't think so. If there is, certainly doesn't give you the movement and the interaction that ours does. And I think people, and I've talked about this as well, some people have asked me, Kevin, if you wouldn't have screwed up your arm last August, I can't believe we're coming up to a year on that. If you wouldn't have screwed up your arm last August, would we have those 24-hour live feeds? No, we would not. We would not have those feeds. Because I was a lot of people said, Kevin, why don't you put some cameras up there at the AH Hotel so we can have, a feed all around the clock. And I think I asked you guys, and a lot of people convinced me that it would actually take away from our main shows. And maybe it has a little bit, but I truly was against it. And, after surgery, I really couldn't do much of anything. And we didn't have shows during the week. And Rudy would certainly come here on the weekend and run the camera and do all that. But during the week, we couldn't have any live streams. And I thought, well, what am I going to do? The membership started dropping. The revenue started dropping. The last thing I wanted to have happen was get done with your surgery and then go back to TV news. So we had an opportunity with a location to put up a static camera, and a location that the static camera, the equipment could stay there 24/7 without any possibility of it being broken into or stolen or wrecked or whatever you may want to say about that. It is LA. And we put it together within a couple of hours. I mean, it was basically using equipment that we already had, and we threw it together, and it was a static shot. And basically the graphics looked exactly the same as our main shows. Eventually the agency said, change that. You're confusing people. People think, like, where is Kevin and Rudy? Why is this camera not moving? So we eventually changed the graphics in the 24/7 stream, which was still static, which was fine. I think a lot of people were like, well, this is really cool. This is good view. And it was what it was. But because your plane jockey Kevin is never satisfied with anything, during the week when I couldn't do anything and my arm, just had to rest, and I would just sit there and watch the 24-hour live stream. I'd watch it at night, I'd watch it in the morning, I'd watch it during the day. And of course, I'm just sitting there staring at the screen and thinking, there's got to be more than this. We've got to be able to run these cameras. How in the world are we going to get these cameras to move? We've got to move these cameras. So I reached out to one of my media friends who I worked with, and I said, listen, this is a crazy thing. Is there a chance that we could have something where it tracks the planes? And I was just looking for something to distract the arrivals. I wasn't expecting to do the arrivals and departures. In fact, I even told them, I said, we can have one static camera that it just keeps on going back to, but just have something track the arrivals. And he surprised me and said, no, we can do a lot of this. In fact, he even said, do you want your voice? You could create your AI voice that would tell you now we're arriving. I said, no, that creeps me out. We're not doing that. So I hired the right person to figure out a way to put this all together. I have no idea how he did it, but he did. But again, that all has to do with trying to create content, live streams, because we are a live stream channel now, during a time where I couldn't really do much. So if this would have never happened with my arm, I guarantee you that wouldn't be live up there high atop the H Hotel. My mother always said, things happen for a reason. Now, as much as I want to agree with her on that, I went through a lot of pain and agony with my arm in order to give you guys the 24-hour live feed up there. Of course, it costs a lot of money as well. And of course, we have some great support here on the channel. But in the end, I guess what I'm trying to say is, if that didn't happen, then that wouldn't have happened. And that's the way life is, right? So you don't question it. You just keep on moving and grooving, right? Flight 2070 heading to Newark and an A321neo. We do have the second KLM flight of the day, now short final for 25 left, flight 603. The Japan Dreamliner heading back to Osaka, Japan, lined up, ready to go. Also for Air China, the 777 at 300ER now pushing back, the tail facing the west. Should also be a south side takeoff coming up. Again, coming up at the 3 o'clock hour, the National Red 747 will be taking off heading to Sydney, Australia, as well as that second New Pacific 757.
Airline 603 Heavy, see you on the runway exit Hotel 9er. See you on the runway exit Hotel 9er, Wilco, KLM 603. United 348, off air 25 right, Juliet, then contact 975.
Another 787-10 Dreamliner, flight 603.
On the visual, 25 left. 7423, Los Angeles Tower, wind 24015, runway 25 left, clear land.
Should be crossing 25 right, heading to the west gates. Yes, Ed, the National Queen should be departing the 3 o'clock hour. Just says 3 o'clock. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be 3 o'clock exactly or somewhere in the 3 o'clock hour. It's going to Sydney, so more than likely they're probably just refueling it here, changing out maybe the pilots. Doesn't look like they're going to be offloading or unloading. Rita, you know, we no longer have the chipmunks, you know? Okay. 3 o'clock, yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if that's... As the Air China 777 at 300ER heading back to Beijing. Should be starting its taxi here shortly. Kevin with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Kevin. Oops. Kevin says, should also mention how Aviation, how many who have fear of flying have had the fear of flying have had that lesson. Yes, because they can now see how safe flying is just by watching. That is another good point there, Kevin. And certainly now more than ever after this week, that is certainly the case. You know, there's been, I'll tell you, it's not been a good year for aviation in terms of accidents. I mean, we were doing pretty good with having almost next to nothing for a good long time. And certainly since we've been on the air in the last 4 years, this has probably been the worst year so far. And I think it certainly has put fear back in many. You know, I always talk about my mom because she does not like to fly. She's a very nervous flyer. She always has been, but she did tell me, though she hasn't been on a plane since she told me this. She said, well, watching your show, I really don't have a fear of flying anymore because I see day in and day out, all the hours you spend out there, days, months, years, nothing ever happens, which comforts me to know that it's just a very rare thing when something does happen. But I did talk to her this week after the incident there with Air India, and she now has the fear of flying again. She really has that fear, and I said, well, I understand that, but know that I would get on any of these planes yesterday, today, tomorrow, without any fear. And I did come out here on Thursday, the day of the accident. And I wanted to make sure, because I think a lot of people look up to us here at AVL. You know, we do get comfort. We give comfort to many people if it's something they're going through or the fear of flying. Of course, on Thursday, that struck a lot of fear back into people. And I wanted to make sure I came out here to just show that it's business as usual here at LAX. Aviation industry is business as usual. And she agreed. She goes, I think you should go out there. You need to, people want to hear from you. They want to see you. And so that's what I did. So that's a good point there, Kevin. It's definitely a good point. Air Canada Flight 557 heading to Vancouver, 737 at MAX 8. Next takeoff here on the south side.
1659 off on the tower, traffic will cross, runway 25 right, runway. Runway 25 right, 1659.
Leslie Buckley with a super chat. Thank you so much, Leslie. Appreciate that. And our legend Jane back gifting another 50 Airline Videos Live memberships here today. That's a 100. Yes, 100 gifted memberships from legend Jane. Jane, thank you so much. I know you can't hear me on BTS. Let me go on camera here. Jane, thank you so much. 100 gifted memberships from Legend Jane once again here on Sunday. Thank you so much, Jane. Thank you. Our Air China number 3 for takeoff here on the south side. Our next takeoff is American Airlines Flight 1659 heading to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas, an A321neo. Followed by United Airlines Flight 1092 heading to Denver, also an A321neo. Should be followed by that Air China 777. DMV plane spotter asking, when is the next stream? Should be on Tuesday. Should. We'll see. Instead of phrase, it should be code word.
Yeah, 1092, Los Angeles Tower, 25 right, on wait. Hold the wait on runway 25, right,
Rena really wants to give you the rules for the giveaway here today. She's over here typing it all out. She's showing me the proof. Qantas Flight 11, the A380 Super, next arrival on the north side. Flight coming in from Sydney, Australia. The Dreamliner coming in from Tokyo, Haneda. Should be making a left-hand turn onto Lima. The Qantas A380 Super up next for arrival on the north side. Oh, apparently Charlie was going to write the script for the giveaway. Do you even know what to write there, Charlie? I got to proofread his script over here. All right, up next, the Qantas A380 Super. Air China up next for takeoff. Except they're still loading up that new Pacific 757. We're sure to get that ready within 10 minutes. All right, Rita, are you done? All right, let me proof this here.
Yeah, it's welcome to 25 right, Juliet, contact ground 25 right on Juliet, over to ground, call this 2. Next, jet 411 off in the tower, come out of the ramp, hold short of runway 25 left, and call, goodbye, when you're ready.
25 left, that's call.
Okay, you also forgot the size, or the address, name, address, size, and color if you are the winner. I can always say that too, Rita. All right, Air China Flight 988 heading to Beijing, an 8-year-old 777 at 300 ER. Next takeoff here on the south side. You don't smell that? You smell it. You just smell it. What is that? Oh, well, that's not Andrew. It's like I don't know. It's like a very calming scent. It's really weird, but it's good. But it's weird. You know how they say that smells remind you of certain things in your life? There must be. That smell reminds me of something in my life, and I don't know what it is. Isn't that weird? It must remind me of someone or something in my history. That is so weird how smells do that.
China 988 heavy on that Docker, wind 25015, runway 25 flight. It's 352 off the tower, wind 25015, runway 25 left, to land. One land, 15 left, American. Jet 411 came up, thank you, contact it over. Departure credential, solid. Flight 2149, Los Angeles Tower, caution, wait, turbulence, runway 25, right minus weight.
25 right, minus weight.
Air China is now rolling down at 25 right. It's flight heading back to Beijing at a 777 at 300 ER. What is going on over here?
Southwest 3769 at the hotel, hold short of runway 25 right at
Someone to my left
hotel short of
either has cologne or perfume on that is reminding me of something. Anybody? Mueller? Anyone?
RNAV Docker, runway 25 right, let's take off at 129.
We are approaching the 3 o'clock hour. The Lufthansa King, flight 452, coming in from Munich. Now just 14 minutes out. The Big Q, Qatar Airways flight 739, coming in from Doha, running late again here today. Estimated time of arrival is 3:03 p.m. Scheduled time is 2.
343 Los Angeles Tower, wind 25015, runway 25 left, clear to land. 25 left, clear to land, go 343. Southern 3769, cross runway 25 right of Lima, turn left on Bravo, November north.
And the Emirates 83D Super running late here as well. Emirates flight 215 coming in from Dubai. That 83D Super now just 31 minutes away. Scheduled time of arrival is 2:15 p.m. Estimated now at 3:26 p.m. Yes, exactly. Here, let me give you a 49 Alpha or Bravo. 49 Bravo, next figure 2, cross runway 25 right Juliet, then contact down 175. Okay, clear to cross 25 right Juliet. Yes, I think each time we got 2 times on the tower left, that's 23, visual 25 left. 23 Los Angeles Tower, wind 240 at 14, runway 25 left, clear land. 25 left, clear land. No, it's computer different. It's computer, yeah. No, it's figuring out how to do it itself. It's not AI. I would call it AI. It's not AI. Yes. But I can log in and I can take control of cameras. It's a computer basically. So there's no one up there. HR. Well, do you want to say hello to everyone? Just wave your
family. Get your family over here. Come on over. Just down the block at SFO. What's going on? What's your name? Dakota. Oh. We got our friends from SFO. So I'm just going to have you guys wave. All right. Dropping by, getting the goodie bags and what all that. Well, thanks you guys. Thanks you.
You guys 2449 on F Stalker, wind 24014.
All right, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. All right, see you guys.
All
right.
1315, lock on the tower, wind 25 right on wait. Goodbye, guys. United 1363, visual 25 left. United 1363, lock on the tower, wind 240 at 14.
All right, I got the Gowanus A380 Super heading over here to the south side at Air New Zealand. 777 now being pushed back. We'll be heading, that aircraft will be heading to the west side. Do that Lufthansa Lufthansa King heading in, as well as the Emirates A380 Super. Next takeoff is a flight heading to Vegas. United Airlines flight 2449 is 737-900 ER. How you doing over there, Rita? Yes. All right. I think Rita's got it down. What? You'll have it ready for next time. Well, Rudy's not going to give that job up, I can tell you that. Though if I were Rudy, I'd give it up. It's a lot of work.
23, taxi hotel, cross Juliet,
Flight taking off is Alaska Airlines Flight 1315 heading to Portland at a 737 MAX 9. Next takeoff is Porter Flight 662 heading to Toronto in an E195 E2.
Porter 662, welcome to tower, traffic crossing, runway 25 right, flying away. Runway 25 right, check arms, Porter 662. American 821, clear for the visual 25 right. American 821, welcome to tower, runway 250 at 14, runway 25 left, middle line. 25 left, middle line, American 821.
All right, I can confirm that smell was not coming from our friends from SFO because they left and I'm still smelling that. So check them off the list. But no, it just sounds creepy. Christopher Brown back with the $2 super chat says it's wild. Emirates has 116 A380s in their fleet. And that's down a few from before the pandemic. Qantas heading into the gates of Tom Bradley as we take you to the top of the hour once
Porter 662
again. Just after 3 p.m. here in beautiful sunny Los Angeles, California, you are watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's the big Sunday show here on June 15th, 2025. And I am your plane jockey Kevin here at an Imperial Hill. Plane jockey Rudy is off today celebrating Father's Day with his dad, and happy Father's Day to all watching us here today. All right, Rita behind me, our biggest fan, Rita, getting ready to give you the information about the live giveaway. All right. Does this make you unqualified to win in the future now that you're giving out the rules? I think so. You just disqualified yourself, Rita. You sure you want to do that? Rita's over there. Maybe I shouldn't do it.
That is 1363, back to the hotel, cross runway 25 right at Juliet, and contact ground point 76.
It's a flight heading back to Toronto and then E2. Head back to the north side. Big Q, the A350 1000. Place 739 coming up from Doha. Today's giveaway is the Camp Aviation t-shirt. Another United A321neo. We're seeing a lot more and more though. Still seeing a lot of United 757s here, so it doesn't feel like they're replacing those older 757s too quickly. The Lufthansa King up next for a north side arrival. Flight 452 coming up from Munich. Sue gifting 5 Airline videos live memberships. Thank you so much, Sue. Oh, Sue's got the Lufthansa King as her profile photo. That is the next arrival. Thank you, Sue. Mark becoming a silver member once again. Thank you so much, Mark.
Taxi hotel, cross runway 25 right at Juliet, then contact ground point 5.
All right, the flight coming in from Munich, flight 452, the Lufthansa A380 Super. Now short final for 2-4 right there on the north side, but we got a beautiful shot of the arrival yesterday during our pop-up stream on Saturday of the King arrival. Every arrival, even the Southwest 737s were beautiful up there at Paradise. That's why it's Paradise, no matter what it is. It could be an E-jet, and it's still Paradise. So many of the days we've been live, we've had the Lufthansa King arriving for the Emirates King.
Scout 570, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff. Runway 25 right, clear for takeoff. Scout 570. Scout 5252, Los Angeles Tower, wind 25016, runway 25 left, clear to land. 25 up, clear to land, Scout 5252.
Taking a look at that new Pacific 757 over there, still loading it up, so don't expect New Pacific to push back at the top of the hour. The Queen, can't really tell. We'll keep an eye on the Queen as well. We do have the Lufthansa Queen now pushing back. Flight 457 heading back to Frankfurt.
Next takeoff here on the south side is United Express. SkyWest Flight 5570 heading to San Luis Obispo. It's an E175.
SkyWest 2394 on after Docker, runway 25015, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff on 25 right on after Docker. Hotel, cross, runway 25 right, yes, and contact ground.
British Airways Flight 281 coming in from London Heathrow at a 777 at 300 yards, just 10 minutes out, looking like a north side arrival. Condor bringing in the Blue Sea livery, the blue stripe A330neo, just 15 minutes out. The Emirates A380 Super, 19 minutes away. And our next Queen arrival, Korean Air Flight 11 coming in from Seoul. 747-8 Intercontinental, just 31 minutes away. Still no movement on the National Queen.
Correct 1595, off of the tower, vibrating.
Big Q now heading over to Tom Bradley. This usually parks on the north side, though here it is on the south side. There are a bunch of open gates on the southeast corner of the terminal.
American 1484, check visual 25 left. American 1484, lost on the tower, wind 25016, runway 25 left, middle. Left, clear land, American 1484.
Looks like they may be heading over there to the southeast corner. Kind of makes sense, because the Big Q usually tends to take off here on the south side. Also, Eva Air Cargo, the 777 freighter, now pushing it back. Lufthansa A380 should be making that right turn onto Kilo. Should be face to face with the Lufthansa Queen that's sitting there on Kilo already. These two aircraft never see each other in Munich or Frankfurt. As the A380 base is out of Munich, the 747 base out of Frankfurt. So really, opportunities like this really are the only times they get to see each other. What if they wave at each other? Frank, good to see you again. Looks like the cargo doors are now closed on that new Pacific. Also have Austrian now pushing it back. The flight will be heading back to Vienna. We just over there proofing her script over and over and over again. Looks like Austrian will stay here on the south side with the tail heading to the north side. Of course, the Queen will head up to the north side and take off on 24 left. Eva Air Cargo, Flight 621, heading back to Taipei. The 777 and freighter there on taxiway Alpha now. We'll be heading down to the 25s here shortly. British Airways, Speedbird. The 281 coming in from London Heathrow, just 5 minutes out. Will be a north side arrival. Looks like Condor heading here to the south side. So you may be wondering, why did the A380 not head into the gates? So more than likely the Queen has to move out of the way before the A380 can pull farther to the south to pull into the gate. Now moving, we'll be heading to the north side.
Tower, Fairbanks 2415, outside Southwest, visual 253.
Fairway 2415 off of tower, wind 250 at 15, runway 25 right, clear for land.
Clear to land, 25 right, Fairbanks 2415.
So the Queen now making that right-hand turn onto Lima. Now heading up to the north side will clear the way for the A380 Super to head into the gates of Tom Bradley. Of course, we'll have the Austrian 777 at 200ER heading here to the south side. Condor number 2 for arrival here on the south side. The Emirates A380 Super just off the coast of Santa Monica, heading to the north side, should be arriving in about 7-8 minutes.
Eva 621, heavy loss on your tower, you ready to go? Eva 621.
My friend Harrison, who we just met with his dad, the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Harrison. Says it's wonderful meeting you. Thank you so much. You all really helped my recovery time. I haven't missed a stream since. Thank you. Well, thank you for stopping by here today, Harrison. Glad you're doing much better. Thanks for stopping by with your dad. You guys have a good Father's Day. And wish you march forward with your recovery. Wish you only the best. You know, it's been a long journey, I'm sure. Ita now pushing back. We got the Emirates on the downwind leg. See where Ita goes. More than likely, the tail will head south to make way for the A380 Super. This is the Queen. It now heads to 24 left. Emirates. It's up there somewhere. It's getting a little hazy. Emirates is up there. Up there somewhere. Condor is in the blue striped livery here today. It's the Austin 777 at 200ER heading back to Vienna. Now making that left-hand turn onto taxiway Bravo. Lufthansa King and now making that turn. It was Adrian's birthday yesterday. Well, happy belated birthday, Adrian. Super 80 Adrian. Cargo, the 777 freighter heading it back to Taipei, flight 621. The Emirates A380 Super just over downtown Los Angeles. Condor now short funnel for 25 left. We're in the blue striped Blue Sea livery. Tails over there, including 2 Coletta and of course that National Queen. Should be seeing that National Queen taken off to Sydney. Blue really stands out. Just makes you want to jump in the ocean, right? Blue Sea is the official name for this blue stripes Contour A330 Neo. Lufthansa Queen getting in the shot. Now flight heading back to Frankfurt.
Contact the land 131.07.
making its way into the west gates. Looks like Ita will be heading to the north side here today. Thanks, you guys. 1,700 likes here today, approaching 2,000. If you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button. Sewing on the Austrian 777, heading back to Vienna. Looks like it was spending some time over there on taxiway Charlie. Now making its way back to 25 right. Alaska Horizon special livery. Go Cougs. Now taking off. Pacific now has movement. Should be seeing that take off here on the south side. No movement yet on the National Queen, the Emirates A380 Super. Next arrival on the north side.
Air stop in 401, exit left, Alpha 7, taxi Alpha to Alpha 5 for signature. Alpha 5 to signature at 401.
Green Air Flight 11 coming in from Seoul, now just 8 minutes out, also coming into the north side. Speedbird 777 at 300ER coming in from London Heathrow, also making its way over to Tom Bradley. Should be heading to the southeast corner of the terminal. To the north side, the Emirates A380 Super Flight 215 coming in from Dubai.
Tower, Alaska, 330 visual, 251. 330 off on the tower, wind 250 at 14, runway 25 to left, good luck. 25 left, third to land, Alaska 320. Building 2687 off on the tower, top of the figure, that's the top, runway 25 right, top of the lake. Top of the ring, runway 25 right, clear wing 2687. United 547, hold short of runway 25 right at Juliet.
Hold short 25 right, Juliet, yes, sir.
Okay. Wind 250 at 14.
Austrian taking off here.
United 547, runway 25 right at Juliet.
I'm trying to figure out when to get this giveaway going here. All of a sudden got really busy. Let me remind you what we are giving away here. It is for official Camp Avial t-shirt. Comes in many different colors. You go check them out at shopavial.com. This can be yours. All you have to do is be in the chat. It's open to anybody in the chat. Just give you a code word to enter. I'm trying to make my way to the giveaway. Well, let's see. Might be a few more minutes there, Rita. All right. Have a seat, Rita. Oh, you're already sitting. All right. Flight was heading to Kansas City. Spirit Airlines Flight 2687 and A320 Neo. Flight 621 heading back to Rome at A350, number 2 for takeoff on the north side. Got the Korean Air Queen Flight 11 coming from Seoul, just 3 minutes out. It'll be a north side arrival. Oh, Lucy says, I'm currently wearing my Holy Moly t-shirt, poppy color. Excellent. I was wearing that t-shirt yesterday. I thought it was appropriate since I was at Plane Spotter's Paradise. Wear the Holy Moly. I'll tell you, there was a Delta 737, I think it was an 800, came in. Did you see that yesterday, Rita? Came in, hit the ground, not extremely hard, but he popped back in the air. And I thought, oh, someone wants to repeat the Holy Moly. Viva Aerobus, heading down to 25 at right. 330, so we have that New Pacific. What happened to it? It's not on the radar. Felix, right? Nice to meet you. Welcome. Yes. Yeah, we do. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We was too, yeah. How was the flight? Boring? Okay. 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 How many? 48? What are you going to do? Oh, so you're an official plane spotter too. Oh, boy. Oh, thank you, Rita. All right, step by 1 second. Rita's yelling at me that it is taking off. I'm over here talking to Felix. He's a pilot with Lufthansa, flew in the 747. Want me to bring him on? I told him, he actually reached out to me before. He was offering to do Q&A. I said, maybe today is probably not the right time because I'm here by myself, but we can get him on and just ask him how the flight was. He said it was boring. That's always a good thing when the pilot says it was boring. That means it was boring. It means it was perfect. It was perfect. It was a perfect flight. Let's see if he'll come on just for a few minutes. I won't ask him too many questions. He's a plane spotter himself.
says he's going up in the helicopter tomorrow. Take photos. All right, we do have the Queen heading to the north side. The next takeoff here on the south side, American Airlines Flight 636, heading to Charlotte. It's an A321 Neo. Look at that Queen on the north side, and then I'll ask Felix if he wants to come on for a few moments here. Don't worry, Rita, I haven't forgotten about you. Let's head to the north side. Korean Air Flight 101, flight coming in from Seoul. LAX 747 800 Continental to arrive here at LAX. Illinois 1 and racing down at 2-4 left. The Emirates A380 Super heading over here. All right, I'll ask Felix here in a second. Let's get Emirates over here. So much to do. So much to do. Terry with the $2 super chat. Good to see you, Terry. Says hi, Kevin and Aviation spotters. Hi, Terry. Hey, Terry, did you like that Allegiant A320 that came in from Grand Rapids yesterday? Did you see that? We're normally not live on a Saturday, so we normally don't see that flight, but Allegiant coming in from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Grrr, GRR. Arriving there on the north side yesterday. Ask Felix if he wants to come over here. I've got my eyes peeled over there. I think I see New Pacific. Yes, indeed. It is sending down to 2-5. The 2-5s. Of course, this one also heading to Dallas left field. This is flight 8559 in New Pacific Airlines. A 30-year-old 757 and 200. So it's the second one here today. The other one also heading to Dallas left field. Left about maybe an hour and a half ago. Still no movement on that National Queen either.
143, right, keep my halfway. Speed for departure, next arrival 10 miles final, runway 25 left, line of weight. Right up the way, 25 left, risk 35.
Emirates now making that left-hand turn on to taxiway Lima. Looks like a New Pacific is either getting ready for takeoff at 25 left. 25 left for New Pacific.
25 left, clear to land, American 2827.
Is it? Or are my eyes deceiving me? It is turning. All right.
792 off in the tower and trail up to 757 on outboard, runway 25 right, line up and wait, traffic profile.
All right, so New Pacific, the second flight of the day with New Pacific heading to Dallas Love Field. The 757-200 lined up, 25 left. We'll be taking off right in front of our cameras here.
Riverside 85 to 9, base 321 on the parallel will stay to your right on FFA runway 25015, runway 25 left, for takeoff.
On the Hyper, 25 left, clear for takeoff, Raven flight 85.
Yeah, 2610, call from your 25 right, Hotel 5, turn right Bravo, contact ground 143, contact the departure.
All right. 757 now rolling it down at 25 left. Let's see if Felix will come over here. Don't worry, Rita, I haven't forgotten about you. Don't worry, we gotta do the giveaway, but Felix is here. Felix? Felix, you want to just say hello real quick? Just want to say hello real quick? All right, stand by. Let me get onto that side. Well, you're tall. All right, stand back just a little bit. Here's your microphone, Felix. All right, there's the camera right there. This is Felix.
Hi.
Hello, and just eat that microphone just a little bit.
Okay, like that? Is that good?
Yes, that's excellent.
Excellent.
Well, welcome back to LA. How often do you fly into LA?
I fly into LA maybe every 2 or 3 months.
Okay, so it's been a
not
while.
too often, but not too few flights. It's quite nice. I like coming here.
And you fly the Queen, the Lufthansa Queen.
Yeah, I do. The 747-8, yeah.
And I asked you how today's flight went. You said boring.
It was
is a good
super
thing,
boring.
right?
Yeah, it was just clear skies, maybe a little bit clouds below, but just smooth.
Yeah.
Just boring. Just nothing
Just
happened
boring.
really.
That's what you want, right? You just want to be boring, right?
Yeah, that's the perfect thing for us pilots. Yeah.
And how long have you been flying with the Lufthansa?
I've been with Lufthansa for 16 years.
16 years.
Yes,
wow.
I've been on the A320 first, and MD-11 with Lufthansa Cargo,
Wow.
777, and now on the Queen, the 747.
And how's the Queen?
It's just a very good aircraft. It's very easy to fly in terms of you don't have to worry much because nothing really breaks. It's very reliable. The aircraft handling is good.
Yeah.
It is a big ship, so we have to watch out where we taxi,
Right,
so we don't
right.
hit anyone with our big wings.
Yeah.
But once in the air, it's just very smooth, very reliable, very nice.
It is a very
And
nice
it's a piece of
aircraft.
aviation history.
Yes,
So
it is.
it's really fun to be on that aircraft, yeah.
And I was going to zoom into your aircraft, but it's already gone. Forget about that. So, I mean, is there one thing that maybe the audience would find interesting about the Queen, the 747-8 Intercontinental?
Well, there's only very few of them. That's interesting.
There are very few of them. Yeah.
So
Is there
it's hard to
something that
catch
maybe
them.
people don't really know about the Queen that maybe you as a pilot?
I guess you guys know everything better than I do.
Yeah, but maybe there's some unique thing to the plane that is a little bit different than others.
I can't really think of something right now.
Okay.
Probably there is. But yeah, it's really hard. It's the longest aircraft in the world.
Yeah.
The longest commercial airliner. So that's
And-
something.
And you never flew the 400.
Oh, I do.
You did?
Yeah, we do kind of mixed flying, so we fly both types.
So I guess I've talked to a lot of 747 pilots who've flown
Yeah.
both the 400 and the 8, and they say the 8 is a different beast than the 400. Would
It
you
is.
say that as well?
Yeah, the 400 is a bit easier to fly.
Okay.
The 747-8, because it's so long, so big, and has such big engines,
Yeah.
or powerful engines, you know, when you operate it at maximum weight and you do have an engine failure, for example, it's really difficult to handle.
Yeah.
So you really have to be, you know, spot on with your pitch attitude, your power settings, everything. So it's, you know, something that you have to train for. It's not one of these A320s and everybody can fly.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a bit special in that regard.
And you're a plane spotter as well. You got your camera in your hand there, and you're gonna go up in a helicopter.
Yeah, I'll try to do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Weather looks good so far, so I'm really looking forward to that.
So
I haven't done it
first?
before.
Plane spotter before or after you became a pilot, or before?
No,
Before
plane
or
spotter
after?
came first.
Plane spotter came
Plane
first.
spotter
There
came
you
first,
go.
definitely.
What is it about planes that made you? I mean, did you as a plane spotter, did it make you become a pilot? If Kevin could just get his words out there.
Yeah, so for me, I actually wanted to be an air traffic controller.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, because I thought it's, you know, easier to stay at home and you can just sit there, watch the planes.
Yeah.
And then I went on a Cessna when I was like 16, 17 years old. I thought, okay, you're not going to be the air traffic controller that sits in the center and sees nothing of the world.
Yeah.
I want to be that pilot
There you
that
go.
flies around and, you know, sees the world.
And here you are.
It worked out. I was really lucky. I
Very
just
nice.
went there to the Lufthansa Flight School, right time, right place. Yeah, and got really lucky.
Where was the training at? Was it here in the U.S.?
Yeah, we did parts of the flying training in Arizona. in Goodyear.
Arizona. Okay. Yeah.
And the school, the theory was mostly in Germany, in Bremen.
Okay.
And we did some flying in Bremen as well. The multi-engine part was in Bremen.
Okay.
And then we just transitioned from the small turboprop to the A320s, 737s, wherever they needed us.
I always like to ask this because we have a lot of young aspiring pilots that are watching this today, and of course, you know, you're a 747 pilot. I mean, that's a big deal. So, if there's anybody out there watching that wants to do what you do you have any advice for them?
Yeah, it's difficult now. The times have become difficult. You have to be very flexible.
Okay.
Don't expect it to be an easy thing to do.
Yeah.
It's not because of the flying being very difficult, but it's, you know, landing a good job, especially in Europe. I think in the US your chances are a little bit better at the moment.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's still very expensive.
Yeah.
So you have to have the funds. When I went to flight school, I didn't have to pay anything at first. I had to pay back once I was hired by the airline.
Yeah.
But nowadays in Germany, at least, we don't have that anymore.
Yeah.
And
But on top of that, I mean, you're one of the few airlines that actually flies the passenger queen. I mean, you guys still have the 400, and of course you have the 8 for a good long time, but there's really only other two, Korean and Air China. So to fly the 747-8 passenger version, I mean, it is a rare thing. And
it is. We're still going to keep them for another year, couple of years at least, I think. So I'm quite happy about that.
Just going to
see Korean taxing in.
Yeah. Well, enjoy your stay here. You're here for 48 hours, then you fly back. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna head to the beach maybe, and then do the plane spotting later on.
Sounds
just
like
follow
a
your
perfect
channel
day.
in the meantime.
Perfect day. Go have lunch at the Proud Bird and whatnot. Well, Felix, thank you so much. Welcome back to LA.
My pleasure.
And next time you're back, maybe we can do a little Q&A with the audience. All right, sounds good. All right, Felix
thank you very
with
much.
the Lufthansa 747 pilot. Thank you so much, Felix. All right, thank you. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Is what? Oh, yeah. Definitely. All right. Well, thanks to Felix for coming on. Next takeoff is a flight heading to JFK, flight 624. It's an A321. Sorry, dropped the mic. I have a Dreamliner short final for 25 left. Let me turn up ATC. It's a little low. We should get a photo. Is that what you're texting me about? Felix, can we take a photo? We'll put it on our end credits. Here, stand right here. How tall are you, by the way? 192 in meters, all right. Probably 6'4" or something, all right.
Juliet, and contact ground 0.75. Runway 25 Rapid Juliet, and ground 0.75, United 925 Heavy.
All right, perfect. We'll put that on our end photo montage. You want me to airdrop it? Here, I'll send you one more. Did you get it? All right, perfect. This flight coming from London Heathrow, flight 935, that United Dreamliner. All right, we still have that live giveaway. Rita is getting antsy over there. Yeah, the tip alert. I'm gonna come up with a different. I'm gonna come up with a different sound effect for that. Tip alert coming in from Mina P with the $7.47 super chat. Thank you so much, Mina. This is happy Sunday, Aviation. Awesome seeing Captain Felix. Happy Father's Day to all out there who are celebrating. Good to see you, Mina. Happy Father's Day indeed. Yes, thanks for Felix for stopping by, saying hello. Well, Allison likes the gong. Yeah, but it's a tip alert. It needs to be like, wee, wee, wee. I need to find a, sound the alarm. Tip alerts. And Charlie says that sound actually works. That's one of our Halloween sounds. I don't know. I'll find something better. I feel like we need to have like the big gong. Remember the Gong Show? Asiana flight 204 now making that turn onto Lima. Oh, you like the gong? Well, we can leave the gong. That's less work for me. Yeah, I agree, Bev. I think we need something a little bit more intense. Air France Flight 24 coming up from Paris, the 777-300ER. Now arriving here on the south side.
Paris Skywest 6497, visual 25 left.
All right, we have that live at giveaway we need to get to here.
Heavy 777 rolling out, caution, wind turbulence, wind 260 at 14, runway 25
Foghorn, maybe.
Runway 25 left, clear to land, Skywest 6497.
I might be using the gong sound for Rita if she can't get the rules to the giveaway correct. Didn't they do that in the Gong Show? It's like if it wasn't good, you'd hit the gong. Remember the Gong Show? If it was bad, you just... So if Rita doesn't do it too well, I'm going to hit the gong button. Yes, I'm playing it for the tip alert. Rita, no pressure. You better get this right, or you're going to get the gong.
024 heavy cross, runway 25 right at Juliet, remain this frequency.
Close runway 25 right at Juliet, down remaining, bring it, 024.
Oh, actually, I still no movement on that National Queen. In case you're wondering, it's still sitting there outside, just to the west of the Qantas cargo area here. Iberia A350, next arrival on the north side. There's the Air France wearing the older livery. Flight 24 coming up from Paris.
Tower, Data 351, 16 heavy, visual approach runway 25 left.
Left 1083, left on the tower, fast crossing, runway 25, right line of point. Right line of way, left 1083. 5116 heavy, left on the tower, wind 25015, runway 25 and left, good to land.
Also 5 left, square to land, Data 351, 16 heavy.
A3 on that doctor running 25 right, come take off.
That doctor, right, come take off, left 1083.
American 4, that running 25 right, on point.
Line up and wait, 25 right, American 4.
I guess the current gong show of today's TV is America's Got Talent, isn't it? Because you ain't got talent, they're going to strike you off, right? It's like today's gong show. Show. It was produced here in Hollywood. I wonder if it was in the old Metro Media building. It had that Metro Media look.
American 4 on that doctor running 25 right, come take off.
On that doctor, clear.
Metro Media, if you guys know any history of LA, Metro Media was a company here that owned Fox 11 in the early days before Fox Network came in and bought it. They also produce a lot of TV sitcoms that we would see on TV in the 80s. Not trying to remember what was shot there. Different strokes shot there. What you talking about, Willis? Saved by the Bell, I believe a couple of the seasons was shot there as well. Anyway, the building was torn down, and now that sits there is Hollywood High School, or not Hollywood High School. It's a high school in Hollywood, just off the 101 freeway and Sunset. Right across from KTLA, believe it or not. Of a great monstrard. Get the gong right there, Kevin, with a $5 super chat through. Tip alert. As always, an amazing live stream. Keep up the good work and greetings from the Netherlands. Thank you so much. Get out of here, Steve.
1362 out there, top second, triple down, short final.
Right, Steve's out of here.
I
gotta grab a headset for Rita so she can actually hear herself. Stand by.
Got 6497 at Checkaway Golf, hold short of 125, right?
Hold short 25 ready, golf, jet 6497. Tower, 2396, visual, 5 left.
2396, LA, tailwind 24015, running 25 left.
Tailwind 25 left, right, 23.
5219 on that doctor, running 25 right, infection Fox Truck 34, take off. Doctor 25 right, Fox Truck, take off, running 219. 927 on 25 right, Fox Truck 1.
rider, Foxtrot, lap runway, sky 4927.
Yankee 5116 heavy, turn left at Alpha 8, left is on an Alpha, contact down 1.5.
And then Alpha 8, and then Alpha 1 to 1.75, minus 360, 116 heavy.
Now you try to exiting downfield, crossing at 25 left, left turn Alpha, ground point 75.
Okay, crossing 25 left, Quebec, 0.75, up 90.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Is it too loud?
It's just fine.
All right. Stand by, Rita. We got a top of the hour, and then we will ask Rita about the rules of the live giveaway.
49.6 on Dodger, winds at 25015,
And Rita, if you don't get it right, you're going to get gonged out.
19 contact for the mission.
And I will have to finish. So you better get it right. No. No, I don't know. My brain is mush at this point. 4 days straight. It's a good thing you're helping me out here, Rita, because I wouldn't be able to get the rules right. You do not want to hear the gong, whatever you do.
I definitely don't want to hear him.
No. And just like the Gong Show, you could see people as they came up, and you knew your time was coming to an end because they were going to hit the gong. So as I go over there, Rita, I may hit it, I may not, right? People would actually go up and say, hey, I'm going to hit it, but I'm not going to hit it. There's that. So no pressure, Rita.
Look what we got coming up being towed.
Well, now it would be a Delta 757-200, more than likely a sports charter. We'll be heading over to Atlantic Aviation. Also, Iberia, the flight coming in from Madrid, A350-900, also heading over to the gates.
Taxi 5116 heavy, hold short of Foxtrot.
All right, the chat is rooting for you, Rita. We'll do it right after the top of the hour, which is now. Stand by. It is officially 4 p.m. here in the Southland. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX Plane Spotting right here in your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. Today's big Sunday show here on June 15th, 2025. I'm your plane jockey, Kevin, here at an Imperial Hill. Thanks, you guys, for tuning in here today. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers, grandfathers out there. Thanks, you guys, for spending the day with us. All right, the big moment is coming up. Our friend Rita got her script already. You ready, Rita?
Ready.
Well, now we're not doing the chipmunks. All right, stand by 1 second here. Give me a mic check, Rita.
Okay. Here we go.
All right, let me make sure. Let me remind you what we're giving away here. How about this official Airline Videos Live Camp Avial t-shirt? It's the official 2025 24-hour live stream event happening this coming Friday into Saturday. This t-shirt could be yours. Rita will let you know what the rules are. Isn't that right?
That is correct. Your
All right.
attention, please.
Uh-oh.
AVL Flight 615 is now ready for boarding. All passengers must be on board this flight at this time. You must respond in the live chat stream in caps with the code word that will be shown on your screen.
Okay.
You can respond no more than 5 times before the music stops.
Okay.
If you respond more than 5 times, you'll be automatically
Oh, you know how
eliminated
that
from the
feels,
flight.
right? Yes. Rita does that all the time.
Once the winner is picked at random, the winner must respond in live chat before the timer music stops.
Yes.
If you do not respond, another person will be chosen at random.
Oh, there you go.
If you are the winner and have responded in the live chat, you must send an email to info at Airline Videos Live with your
Oh,
YouTube
no.
name.
You got that wrong, Rita.
What?
You got that wrong. Oop.
Your YouTube channel.
No, you got that wrong.
Your mailing address and shirt size. Good
Where's
luck.
the official gong? It should be pushed out of here. No, the email is wrong.
Info
at airlinevideos.com. You said live.
Airlinevideos.com.
All right, continue.
You're with your YouTube name, YouTube channel, your mailing address, and most important, your shirt size.
Yeah, tell them over there.
Good luck, everyone.
All right, like Rita said, the most important thing is your name, your address, the size, and the color. If you don't give us a color, we will default to royal blue. All right. Once again, what's that email address? What's that email address?
info@airlinevideos.com.
There you go. Rita, you did it. All right, stand by, everyone. Good job there, Rita. You did get the gong once, but that's all right. On your mark, get set, go for it. All right, what's the code word there, Rita?
Camp AVL. I say again, Camp AVL. All caps, one word.
All right, Camp AVL. Make sure it's all one word, no space. Make sure it's all caps as well. CAMPAVL. That is one word. Camp AVL today. CAMPAVL. All right. Good luck, everyone. Isn't that right, Rita?
That's right.
Sorry, I just like pressing the gong now. Uh-oh, someone's going to push me off of Imperial Hill. You're out of here. All right, there's your code word to enter. Once again, Camp AVL. Camp AVL officially happens on Friday, starting at 11 a.m. Pacific. It goes all the way to Saturday, hopefully at 11 a.m. Unless there's breaking news, we continue the show. All right. Music is winding down. Rita, are you ready to announce the winner?
I am ready.
All right. Look at that chat. It's going crazy.
And I'm not that responded.
You're
today.
disqualified. Rita cannot win today's prize. All right. All right, with that music now officially over, and the winner is
Hanger XV or 15 in
there you
Roman
go.
numerals.
Hanger 15XV. Hanger. Let us know you're in the chat. Rita is going to have to press the music here in a second, which is this button right here, Rita. Has it been 15 seconds? Go for it. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the one below. Nope, I'm sorry. That one. Jeez. See, this is why I needed you to... Oh, you're already here. All right, Hanger. Congratulations. We'll be on the lookout for your email. Well, good job there, Rita.
You're welcome.
All right. Rita, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Rita. That is all. Thank you. Oh, tangled. We're tangled. All right. Oh, just in time for some music. All right. Well, that was a lot of fun. She did get gonged once. Hi.
Dark 258 heavy on that. High school runway 25.
Sorry, we were in the middle of the giveaway.
258, we need about 3 minutes for lost boarding.
Need 3 minutes for what?
Gabriel.
We need about 1 minute for lost boarding. Wait, we're going to overweight now.
You stole my autograph.
We just told me that before you did the runway. 25015, runway 25 right, clear to land.
25 right, clear to land, scout 6410.
Did you get a goodie bag? Oh, you got it. All right. Where are you guys from? Oh, Peru. Okay.
So the guard 2588 Heavy, how much do you leave?
Oh, so Southern Peru. Okay.
1 minute.
Excellent.
That's 1 minute.
Okay.
So guard 2588
Yes,
Heavy,
yeah.
cancel takeoff clearance, taxi down the runway.
Now, kind of hard to see
Cancel,
the planes
take off,
there.
taxi down the runway.
Nice to meet you
Southern
guys.
Congo 2588 Heavy.
Continue down the runway, turn left on Alpha 4.
Yeah? Who was watching the
Turn left
24
on
feet?
Alpha 4, Southern Congo 2588 Heavy.
Welcome. Nice to meet you guys. You guys want to get a photo? Just had a what?
Tower November 718 Mike Charles hitting the visual 25
Cancellation.
So 18 Mike Charlie, right there, running 25 left, clear to land.
The 777? All right. Read us saying where we had a 777 cancel takeoff clearance. All right.
Sure, 770, contact close to departure.
Departure, Church 770, moment.
All right. Perfect. Thanks, you guys. All right. It's China Southern Cargo Flight 2588 heading to Shanghai, canceling takeoff clearance here on the south
left
side.
turn Alpha 4, left turn on Alpha, ground point 10.
Left turn Alpha 4, Alpha 1.
I'm just becoming a silver member here today. Thank you so much, Jess. Spencer with a $2.08 super chat. Thank you so much, Spencer. Says hi, Kevin. Rita, happy Father's Day from Terminal 2. Happy Father's Day. Good to see you, Spencer.
Yeah, 6.96 for that. 2 right turn, 0.75 here.
2 right turns, 0.75, scout 6480.
All right, still we got that National 747 in Queens still sitting over there to the west of us. Our friend there in Chicago, Linda Kavinsky, gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Linda. I'll put you back on screen as we are having a tip alert coming in. Breaking news just in. See, this is why I need to have like news music or something. The tip alert. This just in, Ray with a $5 super chat through Tip Alert says thanks Kevin and Rita for today's stream. We'll watch the stream on replay while doing some paperwork. Our pleasure. Thank you, Ray. And that was Ray from the Tip Alerts. See, I need like breaking news music underneath that. We'll have to figure that out. Linda, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Linda. Linda will be here at the 24-hour live broadcast this coming weekend. Four A380s and a Queen still sitting there at Tom Bradley. Oh yeah, the teletype machines. You know, that's the great thing about the Office, the TV show The Office, is the background sounds. You know, it was put in after they edited the whole show, but it's the sounds of the distant phones ringing, the copy machine, just the office sounds that you just don't realize are there. They're there in the office, but they're not really there. It's just added sound. I think that's so clever of them. Oh, sound, yeah, it's an actual art. Oh, yeah. It sure is. All right, so it is 4:12. The Emirates A380 Super is running late here today, so we're not going to stay for the Emirates A380 Super. Though I don't want to leave until with that National Queen. It looks like there is a tug connected to the front. So the tug is there. It was scheduled to depart in the 3 o'clock hour, so we'll keep an eye on it. Darren with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Darren.
Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there, and a great stream as always. Happy Father's Day indeed, Darren. Thank you so much. Let me show you. Maybe if I zoom in, we can see a little bit better here. As you can see, there is a tug. Is there anybody in that tug? See someone's head walking around that tug. Could be a wing walker walking out. That's a good sign. Thanks, you guys, for reading the chat. You guys are all saying a great show here today. By the way, we have a new end photo montage for you guys here today, so stay tuned for that at the end of the show. I think that was a wing walker that was walking back, so that's a good sign. So that tug is connected. Hopefully it will be popping up here on the radar, and more than likely end with that here today. Emily asking, does anyone know if the H puts up big umbrellas? No, there is no umbrellas. There is a part of the side of the wall that doesn't get hardly any sunshine. You can sit up against the wall, which is a nice little shady area, but in terms of blocking out the sun, and the reason why they don't have that up there is there's some wind gusts that just come out of nowhere, and those things will be ending up on the 12th floor patio deck into the parking lot on the first floor in a matter of no time. Patrick D with an awesome $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Patrick. Says thanks for another great stream. Well, my pleasure, Patrick. Thanks for your amazing support. It was a fun stream. Boy, it went by fast. Really fast here today, which means we all had a good time. JetBlue flight heading to JFK, flight 924. It's an A321. Uh-oh. I need to rearrange my sound effects. Another tip alert just in to our desk. And the official tip alerts coming in from our friend Renette with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Renette. Says thanks for all the shows this week, Kevin. Rest up. You'll need your stamina for next week. You got that right, Renette. I will definitely make sure that I am full of energy for next Friday. So we'll do a show on Tuesday. I don't know how long it's going to be, and it could be over there at Plane Spotter Paradise. We'll figure it out as we get a little bit closer. But other than that, we'll have a show obviously on Friday into Saturday. There's no Sunday show next week. Just FYI, I should probably point that out since we're doing the full 24 hours. Friday and Saturday, there is no show on Sunday. No big Sunday show next week. But of course, Friday and Saturday, 24 hours. You're going to get sick of us anyway. So really, honestly, it's not a big deal if we're not here next Sunday. Still seeing a lot of movement over there outside of the National Queen. This is Air Tahiti Nui, Flight 7, heading back to Papa Ete. Out and about with Tom and Sherry with an awesome... Here I go again with the sound effects. $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Tom and Sherry. Says, hi, all enjoying the show today. Back from our 35-day trip to the Mediterranean. Flew Delta, Air France, and Turkish Airlines. Airports included Reno, LAX, Rome, Paris, and Istanbul. Great trip, but good to be back home. That is quite the trip. No place like home, is there?
Tom and Sherry, thanks for sharing with us. Thanks for your awesome support. Yeah, the itch to get back on the plane and go somewhere else. That was American Airlines heading to Austin, Texas, flight 539 on the 737-800. Next takeoff is China Southern Cargo, flight 2588, heading to Shanghai in a 777 freighter. Our friend Darren back gifting another Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Darren. Brian Henry asking, is the 24-hour stream 11 a.m. to 11 a.m.? Yes. And that will have to be divided into 2 streams because we'd like to go back and watch it. And the only way we can do that is to cut off the first stream at just under 12 hours and restart the new one. So it will be cut in 2 streams. If we go longer than 24 hours, we will have to create a 3rd stream, but I don't see that as being an issue. But yes, so 11 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Saturday, 24 hours. The only thing we'll have to do is just go from one stream to the next, but don't worry, we will have it so it connects from one to the other so you don't have to do any work. So it should be a good time. A lot of you guys will be up there. It'll be a party environment. Like I mentioned, we are going to add a few shots of the party on the 12th floor patio deck of the H Hotel on our 24-hour live feed. That is the main 24-hour live feed on the north side. We'll kind of cut in between some stuff throughout the course of the night. You can check that out. And we'll also have behind the scenes as well. I told you guys the other day I'm going to have a couple of cameras for the behind the scenes so we can cut between Rudy and I or whoever's running the camera that period and then to the rooftop deck so you guys can feel like you're there with us. And of course we'll have live drawings throughout the 24 hours. So if you're watching, win a prize. If you're in person, we've got door prizes. So it should be a lot of fun. A lot of people coming in the town.
3 hotel here, 2 left turns on Alpha Taxi Park, northerly after runway.
After runway, 2 left turns, parking 3 hotels here.
China Cargo, 777 freighter now rolling down the 25 right. Movement over there on the National Queen. We're looking at Norse, flight 712, heading back to the London Gatwick on the 787-9 Dreamliner. Almost 2,000 likes. If you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, feed the bees, subscribe if you're new, and make sure your notifications are all set. I mentioned our next live broadcast will be on Tuesday. That is if Kevin can get out of bed tomorrow and get things done. What? Well, here's the thing. If Tuesday doesn't work out, then we'll do it on Wednesday. I'll let you guys know, but I'll aim for Tuesday so I have Wednesday and Thursday, 2 days off before the Friday stream. That's all right, Rita. Don't worry about it, Rita. We'll go back to our normal broadcasting schedule the week after. Plenty of time. Plane Spotter Paradise, yeah. Or Westchester Bridge. Haven't been over there. We need extra security at Westchester. Call your friends, Rita. We need extra protection. Seriously. As much as I want to go over there, we need like literally someone just watching the street the whole time. Let's take a look over here at the National Queen, see if we see any more movement. See anybody? I don't see anybody. It's all right. If you guys missed the show here today or missed part of the show, don't worry about it. I understand it's Father's Day. Darren back with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Darren. Says, if I were you, I would rather not do any streams this week and wait until Friday. That way your body will have more energy to stay up longer. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to force myself, though Charlie will be here to help, so it's not like I'm by myself. JetBlue flight heading to JFK, flight 824. Got a Cargolux Queen popping up heading to Luxembourg, flight 43 X-ray. It's a 747-8, which means it will take off on 25 left, the closest runway to our cameras and our microphones. I'll be honest with you, I'm extremely shocked that, like, I get New Year's Eve, like, I get New Year's Eve, like, why you guys want to come up to the H Hotel. Like, that event every year is getting larger and larger and larger. At some point, I wouldn't be surprised if that New Year's Eve event close, like, we only can have so many people up there. Like, I think it was around 250, 225. I wouldn't be surprised in the coming years that New Year's Eve event gets sold out. It might have to become a ticketed event. Obviously, the Spot LAX event, by the way, I asked NYC Aviation, who's in charge of that event, when those tickets will be put on sale. They don't have an answer for me yet. They said it's sometime in June or July. I said to them, please give me a heads up. I said, we have a lot of people asking that question, when those tickets will be available. So no tickets available yet for the Spot LAX event high atop the H Hotel, in case you're wondering. New Year's Eve getting larger every year. But I'll be honest with you, I'm extremely shocked that so many of you guys wanted to spend 24 hours with us high atop the H Hotel. I'm just shocked by that, and I'm shocked in a good way. So thanks, you guys, who's ever coming out. A lot of you guys are spending it there, and there's nothing better. You know, this would be our 4th year. The first year, we had no one up there. There was no one up there. Aviation Mike, whenever Great Mod, stopped by. There was no one. Rita, you were there for the 2nd year. You and Gus. And KS Afgeek and his family, Austin, were there. 3rd year, which was last year, there was a lot more of you guys up there. And boy, it made a big difference. Really, the energy with you guys being up there really drives us, at least for me, keeps me up and keeps me going. And this year, there's probably 3 times as many as last year coming. So bring it on. I say if we... Well, it's all right, Rita. Yeah. Should be a lot of fun. All right, we got that Cargolux Queen lined up
25 left. Still no movement on the National Queen.
Stay with you on this part. Frequency departure.
No, we Alpha, Alpha.
Alpha, Alpha 5.
All right, the Queen now rolling down the 25 left. It looks like Norris is heading here to the south side. We do have China Airlines cargo, flight 5137, heading back to Taipei in a 777 freighter lighting up. Eva Air Flight 12 coming in from Taipei, 777-300ER, now just a minute out from a north side arrival. William Crouch with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, William. Says, hi, Kevin. Happy Sunday. Thank you for the great streams this week. My copy of the Hollywood Reporter with your interview came in this week. Excited to have that. Well, how cool is that? My pleasure. Thank you, William. You out of here? All right. Good to meet you. Thank you. All right. Sounds good. Yeah. Let me know next time you're here. See that? Oh, he did? Really? Which day? That Wednesday or Thursday? A nicer day or the Wednesday? It was the same plane though.
Right turn.
You guys flew the exact same. It was the 400, yeah. It was the exact same plane 2 days ago. All right, Felix, thank you. Thank you. All right, Felix is heading out to his 48 hours here in the Southland. Well, Latama and Dreamliner rolling down the 24 left. And back to the north side. Eva, flight 12. Short funnel for 24 right on Friday. This flight was the Hello Kitty 777-300ER. Pushing back the Qantas A380 Super. That will be towed over to the hangar.
Will be 624. Approach runway 25 left.
Kilo 624, LA Tower, wind 240 at 16, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Viva 624, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Exit 847, wind 240 at 16, runway 25 left, clear to land.
25 left, clear for takeoff, exit 837.
We just found a beer can.
Runway 25 right, United 2146.
Rita's out with the quicker picker upper. She spotted some stuff there. Well, Rita's been busy preparing for the live giveaway script. She was very busy with that. She couldn't pick up the trash here. What is that? Not over my car, Rita.
Oh my gosh. Come on, National, what are you going to do here? Is it up on... No, nothing? Like 311 heading to Kona. Friends we met earlier. Dropping off the In-N-Out burger. Oh, that sounds good right now. Henry and family. Yes, Henry. Are you joining us for dinner? What do you feel like? What's that? This? No, we're not going there. I guess everyone else isn't going to show up today. No. Ask Rita what she wants. Rita, what sounds good for dinner? What sounds good for dinner?
Turn right when able, and then I'll left when I was
Pizza, see, pizza was right on her mind.
Yeah, the 2146
Pizza.
on that doctor and a 25
La Rocas, it is. Beep, beep. I'm starving, so come on, National, get a move on.
Hold short, 25 right, Viva 624.
Hawaiian Flight 10 coming up from Honolulu, the A330 on short funnel for 24 right there on the north side. Taking everyone to La Rocas for pizza. Gotta start spending that money on the JetBlue credit card. Gotta get my 70,000 points. Time runs out.
Visual 200.
350 Alexander, 125.
Left to the left, 350.
Eva making that turn onto taxiway Kilo. China Airlines A350 already on Kilo. Next takeoff here on the south side is a flight heading to Spokane, Washington. Alaska Airlines flight 1279 is 737 at 900 ER.
Yeah, 1221 at Juliet, cross 125, right ground 175.
United 757-300 touching down here on the south side. SAS.
Coming in from Copenhagen, flight 931, the A350-900, short final for 24 right.
Kilo 623, contact the city, ramp tower approaching Kilo 1.
Kilo 1, contact the city ramp, Viva 634, 6. Tower Alpha 786 Delta Hotel, visual 251.
On Hotel 1, Yankee Heavy, all now Delta, runway 25 right, 34 Delta.
Contact Delta 35 right.
At 1600, Alpha, top of the front, 25 right, 1.
25 right, United.
Okay, 76 Delta Hotel, Hotel. Wind
Next takeoff on 25 right is Norris, flight 712, heading back to London Gatwick, 787-9 Dreamliner. Also, that China Airlines cargo 777 freighter now heading to the 25s.
Good afternoon, we're Cobra 4 going to final 25 left. Cobra 4, 72 Hotel, wind 25 right, 15 and 25 left. Roger, 25 left, Cobra 350, turn right next available high speed.
Right, next available scan 350.
Next takeoff is United 757-200 heading to Newark, flight 1700.
Hotel, so hold short, 25 right, go 350.
Cobra 4, 76 China, exit Hotel. Okay, hold on, 9
Aussie flights with the super chassis. Someone tell Rita to clean up aisle 2 at Walmart.
Runway 25 right, American 50.
And that is because it's the blue light special. All right, let me take a look over here at National. You see anybody? I do see somebody in an orange vest. What you guys doing over there? Is that a wing walker? Maybe that's the tug operator. Looks like he's waiting.
Where are you parking today?
Hello? Hello? Starting to get loopy. John with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, John. Says, then are you coming to Boston? Great show today. Let me get back to you on Boston. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what our future is in the next couple of weeks. So I don't know. It's probably not a time or place to talk about any of this. There's a lot going on. We got to get through the 24-hour feed, and then there is a week in between that we have to be here on July 4th, and I think we were planning to go somewhere that week. I think those plans have now been squashed. So we still haven't figured it out. There's a lot to figure out. Hopefully we'll figure out something here. If it's not in the immediate time frame of June or July, then this fall we will certainly be taking you back to New York, Boston, Alaska, and a few other places. So just be patient with us as we try to figure out some certain situations that are going on behind the scenes. Hawaiian Airlines Flight 10 in the Moana 2 sticker coming in from Honolulu, the A330-200.
Taxi 5137 Heavy, new departure frequency 124.3, runway 25 left, launch left.
Runway 24 left, fire, wait, departure 124.3, taxi 5137.
There was more to this livery back in the day, wasn't it? Yeah. Actually had the titles of the movie in the front part of the plane. Now Moana is just riding around. Of course, this will head to Terminal 6. That is where Hawaiian is now located. China Airlines cargo, the 777 freighter, looks like it's lining up for 25 left.
Thank you, 5137 Heavy at the shoreline. Turn left heading 220, and 25 left.
After shoreline, turn left heading 220.
Swiss Flight 40 coming up from Zurich. Next arrival on the north side at 24 right. So I am starting to fade here. I'll be honest with you. 4 days of live streaming is starting to catch up with your Plane Jockey Kevin. So I'm probably going to call it. And of course, the second I call it, that is when National will light up. So let's pretend like we're ending the show. Maybe that will entice them to move a little bit faster. We'll roll the credits.
And we'll see what happens. Before we take off here today, I'd like to give a shout out to your Emerald and Diamond members. Movement. I believe it is a fuel truck. So that is not going anywhere. All right. Oh, I forgot I was on. See, this is Kevin's getting loopy now. He forgot I am on the double box. See, I just walk away from the double box. All right. Thanks, you guys, for your awesome support here today. Happy Father's Day. Hope you all had a great day here on a Sunday. Thanks for joining us here once again. Mons, always doing a great job. Many of you guys will be hanging out with us next week. Next Friday is the 24-hour live broadcast, officially called Camp AVL this year. The 24-hour live broadcast from high atop the H Hotel. Yes, indeed. So we'll see you on there. We'll try to aim for a Tuesday show. If not, then you understand why. 4 days in a row is taking a toll on the Plane Jockey Kevin, and now it's time for some pizza, I think. So thanks, you guys. I don't think that's going anywhere anytime soon. Gas? Yeah, I don't think so. If it does, you can catch it on the 24-hour live feed here on YouTube. All right, thanks, you guys. We'll see you hopefully in the few days. Thanks to Jerry, Netherland Pixel, one of our great mods, hanging out with me here today. And thank you, Rita, doing a really good job. Sorry, Rita, you've been gonged away. All right. Bye-bye, Rita. It's been fun. All right. We'll see you guys on the next one. Stay tuned. We still have a photo montage that you haven't seen before. Thanks, you guys. We'll see ya real soon. From all of us here at Airline Videos Live, good night, everyone. Oop. No! Oh my gosh! All I wanted to do was hit the gong. That's all I wanted to do. All right, see you guys. Bye-bye.
Roller coaster ride, hands up in the sky.